a dopey dumb bitch. He gets laid. The court jester, the court DJ. It's time to dive into the case. To the case.
Good morning and welcome to Defense Stars Podcast and J-Bo Nation. What's up, J-Bos? And what's up, Armada? So glad to see you. Good morning, Jay. How are you, my brother?
I am wonderful, Bob. I am wonderful. How are you?
I am also wonderful. Got another restful night's sleep. Did a little STS last night with Joel and our friend Josh Ritter. That was fun.
Nice.
And he had a Fed that ex-Fed on that I had not met, who I liked a lot. We'll have to get Rob D'Amico, I think his name was. Nice guy, seemed real informed. I think he's a guy we'll have to pimp him from Joel and use him. So, because we've got ours. We like to build our stable of former law enforcement. We got Julia Colley.
Yes.
I've been wanting to get Bobby Chacon on. I've made pretty good contact with him, and he's a bright guy too.
You know who we gotta get about? It just occurred to me we gotta get Karen Smith on here with us to go over this case. And for folks who don't know, me and Bob are a big fan of awesome women who kick ass and take names, and we got one today, so I'm very excited about that, right, Bob?
Oh man, I'm so excited about Andrea joining us, and it's really because I've been dying to get Andrea and Allison together because they're literally the two smartest lawyers I know. And I don't not female lawyer. They're the two smartest lawyers I know. So I'm super excited about both of them being on. I think our heads might explode. Like I was telling you yesterday,
I'll just mute my mic, dude. We don't gotta talk today.
Frankly, we could pretty much just sit back and let Allie and Andrea just go at it. And I think we'll all be very, very informed and entertained. So, I'm excited, super excited about it. She just popped in backstage. I'm going to bring her on. Allie was super sweet and actually did make me coffee. Andrea Burkhart, welcome. How are you?
Morning.
I'm great. It's bright and early here in the Pacific Northwest, all of 5:49 a.m. So
wow.
Great to see you guys.
Thank you. And thank you for waking up so early and looking incredibly fresh and ready for the day.
Lights.
if it's 5 for 5, 6 for me, I'm not looking great like you are. I'm looking like every bit of 6 in the morning. So you've been following the trial. I know you've been covering and trust me, we will promote the hell out of your channel here today all day. And I didn't really kind of confirm with you how long you can hang. We'd love to have you all day. If you can't do all day, we'll take you half to whatever you want to do. The world's your oyster. But we will certainly be promoting you and your channel all day. Your Twitter account's amazing. Your YouTube channel's amazing as well. You're so brilliant. And I remember when I kind of when Idaho 4 was when that first started rolling, because that was really kind of coming out of the Murdoch case that I decided, all right, I'm going to focus a lot of my attention on my Twitter account. I'm going to abandon Facebook because I was marketing really for the podcast. I was I wanted to draw people to my podcast, which frankly at that time was not anything that was current. It was I had done the Gacy thing because my dad was his lawyer, and then Allie and I had done this case out in Omaha. So that's what my first 2 seasons were about. So, and then I the Idaho 4 stuff, and you and I had a mutual. I don't know if I call her enemy, but we had a mutual account that we were trying to educate in terms of the law. And that was Coffin Daffer. And that was when I really kind of found you. And I'm like, wow, man, she's so bright. There's only 2 lawyers that I know to where I make sure to check my shit or I post it, and it's these 2 women on the screen. Andrea, meet Allie, my wife, Allison Mata, Andrea Burkhart. Ladies.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Hi, Allie. So nice to meet you.
So yeah, that was it. That was like literally when I became aware of you, and then I of course followed you, and your insights are just so great. Like both of you are like and I'm not saying that to puff you guys up.
Right, sure.
No, like honestly, you guys are the two brightest lawyers I know. So I've been super excited about this. So you guys, like Andrea, you're following the trial, right? Like, have you been?
I am. I was not anticipating to get this sucked into it, honestly. Like you, I was planning on following the Richard Allen case, and so I had kind of had this expectation of, well, I'll get to see kind of how things get rolling in the Karen Read trial, but it's not going to be done before the other one gets started. So I had really never planned to get this invested in it, and it has absolutely sucked me in. I'm riveted. I can't wait to see when the hell is the Commonwealth ever going to have a case here? Are they ever going to show us anything about guilt, or are we just going to be playing this defend the Alberts game? It's nuts.
I know,
Crazy.
and that's exactly what it's been, and it's like I've never seen a case like this where almost exclusively they've spent zero time on putting their case in chief forward in terms of there's been nothing relative to either a second degree murder conviction or frankly the manslaughter either. Like it's exactly like you said, they've been playing defense. Let's defend the Alberts. We're going to counteract the best that we can the defense's theory of the case, and just I guess hope that our forensics get the jury to where they need to be. And I'm like, man,
I think in retrospect they're going to realize they should have saved. Nanook wants something. I don't know what, but he's down here barking at my face. That they should have saved all of that for rebuttal and just put on like their. All right, I'm going to go figure out what the dog needs.
No, I'll call him up. You guys chat. I'll be right back.
No, I totally agree, and that's one of the things I've been saying, that just I can't comprehend what the Commonwealth is thinking here with how they're putting on their case. Because if you had at least started with something for me to hang my hat on that would establish, okay, Karen Read probably did this, maybe did this, something at all to show me that Karen Read hit John O'Keefe with her car, then I'm just gonna be more forgiving of the shadiness that these witnesses are showing me. And instead, they're leading with the shadiness. I'm already being anchored to what are these people hiding, and that's gonna make me be more suspicious going into the actual technical part of their case. I'm gonna look at it with a lot more side eye than if they had just brought that straight from the beginning.
And it's not.
Go ahead, Jay.
I was just gonna say, it's not like his opening statement drew us all in and we were all captivated. Like you got to the end of that and you're like, there's 10,000 names. I don't know how they connect. And now I totally agree with you where it's like, now I'm just thinking what they're hiding something. It may not be the defense that that they beat the hell out of him and that's what happened, but it is very clear. And I can't imagine that any juror who's in there is like, why, they're hiding something. They're getting rid of phones. They're there's phone calls that they're saying didn't happen that did happen. Like they're hiding something. I'm sorry. They're I don't know how objectively you can't think something is being hidden. Go ahead.
And
sorry.
For sure, your point's well taken that had they started with that stuff, you would have been more open to it. And now you're coming into it suspiciously, even when it gets to the forensics. And, like they started also with like the incident in Aruba, which because this has taken so much time, I don't even know if anybody even remembers it. And if they do, they remember it as that seemed like absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
And then I don't know, just before we start, one of the things that they stopped on, Yannetti was trying to had tried to get in the fact that whether or not the witness had, only come forward or hadn't even come forward after they had made a public cry for information. And I think they could get at this differently if they first asked the question, were you aware of any media or public outcry by the defense or anyone else looking for anyone who saw anything to come forward, be it the police, the defense? Once she says yes to that, then I would assume the judge would let that in. But when he does things like assuming, like he kind of asks some silly questions like, and that only happened after we filed our motion for blah, 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 which we know he's only asking, and he knows he's only asking to get the question out there. But I think there actually could have been a way to get that information, the information about whether you didn't even come forward despite these public outcries, if he starts with, did you hear, were you aware of this at any point? And she says, no,
Yeah.
well then, move on. But I found this witness to be the best witness thus far, having nothing to do with the black blob, as far as I was concerned, but more about the fact that she watched the car move 3 different points. It basically closed the loop for me. I was telling Bob, I'm like, our case done. Like, that's it. There was no time for Karen Reid's car to hit John O'Keefe, given the testimony of yesterday. What's her name, babe?
Julie Nagel.
Right, Julie Nagel. And what we know, at least, that her brother has said in his police report. So for me, I was like, all right, she's watching the car. It's not driving erratically. It's not driving backwards. No one's around when you come outside. Like, I still don't understand. They're saying that she drove in reverse onto the grass, like towards the house. How in the hell is the person who's clearly paying attention to the window or the door, depends how she says it, to looking for her brother, not see somebody start peeling towards the house at that same time when she saw it move in 3 different positions? It must, for whatever reason, whatever the defense is thinking the evidence is, and they want the evidence to be not playing out in their minds the way it's playing out in mine, like me seeing it as really helpful for the defense, because Yannetti spent so much time trying to disprove the blob, which I mean, I don't give a shit. We know there's supposed to be a body on the ground at that point. Why do we need to put so much emphasis on making it seem like she's lying about the blob instead of focusing on the fact that she didn't see a body earlier and she didn't see a car hit a person when she's staring out the window at the time it actually happened?
When it would have been relevant to her hitting John O'Keefe, according to the state's timeline. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, for it to have happened, because the way I put it on SCS, and before I go 1 second further, I feel like such an a-hole. I was so excited to have Allie and Andrea on that I forgot to introduce Andrea to my brother from another mother, my homie, my co-host, Jay, Andrea, Jay.
Well, you really shamed Jay there.
Hi, Jay.
So I apologize for that. I was trying making the coffee. I'm like, my God, I didn't even introduce Jay. So sorry about that.
That's can I just say one thing that I thought of after we watched that testimony about the window? It's not a bay window. We've seen that house many times. I'm sure the defense is probably going to get into this, but it's like there's small windows. What was the lighting like? Were the lights on? Bob, you brought up we really haven't got into that. How did she see all of that? How far is the kitchen
I hope
table
they don't do that. I hope
from
they
the
don't
window?
do that, because,
well, for the defense, I guess you want them not to do that, because.
But I think he might, because, like I'm saying, what I'm seeing is they're looking at this differently. Like, they're looking at that testimony more like harmful or skeptically, when they're not seeing how helpful it is to the defense. So I hope they don't discredit her when she's essentially saying, I watched everything and nobody hit anybody. But I do agree, Jay, because, sorry, Andrea, I cut you off. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I agree. I think that's an angle that the challenge with it is because it's inconsistent with her brothers, right? And so what are we going to be able to get from that? It's going to be, I think, a little bit hard for the defense to thread that needle of, we should believe her on this one point but not believe her on these others, right? Because it's important for the defense that the jury not believe that she did in fact see a blob. Because that's just too consistent with the Commonwealth's timeline and their theory of how everything went down. And so they're really focusing on, you couldn't have seen the blob. What's this excuse that you were staring at bread? I mean, there's just, it's crazy, the explanations that we're getting for some of the stuff, either that is not there that should be, or that is there that should not. The early morning phone calls, the deleted searches, all of that stuff. But the real key with the blob is going to be, I think, more Jen McCabe. And if this is happening in the middle of a conversation with Jen McCabe, this is the excuse for Jen McCabe not looking out of the front windshield, not looking out of her own window, seeing this as you're driving by, because she's turned
paying
around and
attention.
facing you in the middle of this conversation. Then why on earth did you not mention this the next morning to the first responders who
To anyone.
would probably like to know, hey, he might have been lying out here since 1:45 in the morning when that girl in my car saw a strange blob. So that
Or
to
how
me,
do you explain, sorry to jump in, but how do you explain the fact that it's Karen who's the one who finds John?
Mhm.
When we know that she had knowledge from that car ride that prior evening that somebody saw a blob near the flagpole. Like, sorry to interrupt you, but like that point to me was like, I don't know how she's going to reconcile that.
Yeah,
Well,
no, I think that's exactly right. And so with Julie Nagel, that's really the challenge is we want to hit her hard on this blob. The defense wants to hit her hard on the blob, but I think at the same time, Allie's completely right. If we can get the jury to buy what she saw through the window, there's absolutely no way that she saw Karen Reed, commit this crime. So
And
I don't
yeah,
know if
that's
they're
for
gonna be able
that
to pull
reason
that
where
off,
I'm
but it'll
thinking
be interesting to see.
it's for that reason I'm thinking kind of gloss over the blob thing, because
Mhm.
the jury's not committed to the defense's theory. That
Sure.
body could have been brought out at any point from the basement without anyone seeing after 12:15. I mean, as long as she didn't hit the body, who gives a shit how the body got there? And I
Mhm.
think it can be reconciled with the brother's testimony, because you might be able to argue in closing, because I read Bob got the report from who sent it to us, babe? Dizzy?
Sleuthy did.
Sleuthy.
Yeah.
That he sees nobody get out of the car, and then he notices the interior light. And so
Mhm.
my theory is you could argue to the jury, he sent a text to his sister, right? So he's looking down at his phone, sending a text to his sister. Why is the interior light on? Because John got out of the freaking car. Why?
Mhm.
Because he also says she's looking forward. Now, if she turned the interior light on, you'd assume she's looking for something. So he
Mhm.
would not have said she was staring straight ahead of her.
Mhm.
So that he just kind of got the timing confused. And when it wasn't seeing that as he drove past, but it was seeing the empty car in the illuminated car as he was seated behind it, more pulling up, and then she pulled up. So, he just mixed it up in his mind as to what he saw. And I don't necessarily think you have to ask the witness that. Is it possible that this is what you did? God forbid he's going to say no. But as long as you get the illumination, he didn't see someone come up. He followed the car there. So
Mhm.
clearly John got out. We know
Mhm.
John got out.
So
So
interestingly, Allie, they interviewed Ryan Nagel in February, so right after the event, whereas they did not interview Julie until October.
which makes
So
you think they knew something.
And did you catch how in the statement of facts they only refer to her as the sister? They don't name her. She's
yeah,
just the sister. And they're using him instead of her. She was the one in the house. It doesn't make any sense.
and
And what-
how did they not have her? Sorry, Jay. How did they not have her testifying at any of the grand juries? And by the way, guys, Jay and I are keeping an eye. They have not gone live yet. As soon
And
as they
Jay's
do, we'll
keeping an
pull it
eye
up.
as well, not
Jay
just
is
Bob.
definitely keeping.
I did when you had the Daybell trial on, and
Yeah.
and I was like,
Yeah.
all right, let me pull this up, make sure. Sorry, about
But you
that.
know what I mean? Like, how do they not have her who she can actually place a body? At least she's the only person that was in that house that can place a body by that flagpole at all, no matter
Mhm.
what time it is. How do they
Mhm.
not have her testifying at any of the grand juries? It's
Mhm.
it's befuddling to me.
I would have downplayed it personally. I would have focused on the fact that she saw an object, is what she described before, and like not focused on it as much to make her a liar, since as Andrew
Are
was
you
saying,
so? But you're
it's
saying
hard to
from the
get the
defense side of it. I'm
right,
talking
because it's
about
hard to
from
get
the Commonwealth. Like I
oh,
don't understand why the
sure.
Commonwealth has not ever had her as kind of a material, like a key witness
Mhm.
in terms of
Absolutely.
them building their timeline. They just
You're
haven't
right.
done it,
That's a
which
great point.
should speak
Yeah.
volumes. Like, she's got warts, and I think that the wart is exactly what you discovered yesterday. I mean, the way that it plays out with, if you look at Ryan Nagel's statement that he gave in February, and you compare it to what she testified to yesterday, when you combine the two of them, it's like I was saying last night, there's never a point in time with the combination of those two statements that there's not a Nagel that doesn't have eyes on the Lexus. And neither one of them ever sees that Lexus strike John O'Keefe, nor do they see John O'Keefe himself. So like, I agree, Allie. I think that if he decides last night he did some soul searching and was like plowing through the reports that this thing like dawned on him, and he's like, man, like we could theoretically have this case won right here if I could just craft the right questions to make it clear to the jury what I'm getting at. You know what I mean?
I actually
go ahead, Jay.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say real quick. I posted a video. I made a video where I cut out Lally because for him to get to the point takes like 10 minutes. So I got to just the part where she's talking about when she goes out to see the car, like what her statement is, and then I put the statement of her brother, which obviously is different. So if you guys want to check that out, it's right after each other. But one thing I think that the defense is going to hit on is the text message. Why is Julie Nagel getting a screenshot and sending it? Can there be a non-shady reason for her getting a screenshot of her text messages and sending it to Jen McCabe? Is Jen McCabe an investigator? No, she sure isn't. Not in this case. That's just another thing that comes out
So
that
weird.
there's some shenanigans going on.
Yes.
I don't know why, but there are.
In short order, like the next day. You know what I mean? It's like I need screen grabs. Like it like that is such a huge point. Which did he question? He questioned her on that, right?
That's he
when
said,
he
"Is she an investigator?"
Right. When, like I don't know that the jury was able to glean what he wanted them to glean from that question. You know what I'm saying? Because they have not met Jen McCabe yet. So in terms, and I'm talking about they being the jury, we always have to look at everything from the perspective of the jurors. And like I don't know if he was able to land that point. I think he's got to revisit that, because that to me is incredibly shady.
And I'll tell you this much. If even, let's say she's wrong, right? The car hadn't already pulled away, but the car is there. But the entire time she's out there. It's almost
Same
just
difference.
as right, because he says he waited like 5 minutes. I think you're going to assume he gets there, and then he waits a minute, and then he, texts her that he's out there. I don't know, because he said he was out there 5 minutes, So if she's out there and she said she was talking to him for about 3 minutes. So what in the hell is going on right in front of them where, and if that's all, even if you take it that way and say, all right, she's wrong, and the car was still sitting outside when she was standing out there, he's nowhere. And that's at least 3 minutes. Not forgetting that this guy followed her in. They pulled in together. But I do think the most reasonable explanation is that he saw the interior light go on when John got out, and just didn't see that because he was looking down, texting his sister. But what's strange is, what about the other guy in the car, the driver? I mean, that guy would have been presumably looking straight ahead. Right. So I don't know if we know anything about if that guy is ever interviewed, or I can't imagine the defense wouldn't be out there interviewing him.
Or the ex-girlfriend. Like there were 3 people in that truck. There's his buddy whose truck it was, and then we have the ex-girlfriend of Ryan Nagel. I don't know if
it was the brother
at that point, or if she's an ex after the fact.
The brother hit the guy on the way out. I mean, that's the other thing to me. Even if they prove a car hit the body, they're not proving to me that it was her car that hit the body. Unless obviously you buy all the other DNA. But like Andrea pointed out, people are going to be skeptical going into the forensics because they've heard all of this Michigas, like from every other angle, that they're already like, what in the hell's going on? So when they come at the DNA and the other forensics, they're going to be suspicious, and we sure shit know the defense is going to have the right questions to call into question and to raise issues with the all of those findings, the forensic findings.
Yeah, still they must be conducting something, some kind of like discussion regarding I don't know what, because she's typically started by like 9:05. Like this is kind of late. So I'm assuming Jay and I are both keeping an eye on it. So I asked Andrea yesterday, I'm like who do you think's gonna come on today? So if she's right, her prediction or her guess is that she thinks we'll obviously finish Julie's testimony, and then Ryan, and then Matt McCabe, and then Jen McCabe. If that's the lineup, that's a murderer's row for what would just make a great day of trial. If we get those three to come on after her, that would be phenomenal.
I did see a clip of Ajax, your boy, leaving, and he did say there might be a DNA expert today, so look out for that. They asked him who and he's like, I think they're calling a DNA expert and more people from the house. So I don't know what we'll see. That's what he said leaving court yesterday.
Well, that would be our first expert.
Yeah, about time.
I mean, and that's like I wanted to ask both of the ladies in terms of the Commonwealth's case. I mean, and I've never prosecuted a case, and Allie has not either, and I don't believe that you have either, right, Andrea? So
Nope.
If we have a situation where, like, how do you feel about their case in chief where they've decided to basically put on the first responders, and then they went directly into the people in the house, and we haven't seen any forensic stuff yet? Do you like the way that they're setting it up? Or
you missed you missed her big point on that. So
yeah, no, I think it's terrible. And what Ali is referring to is because they've started with all of these shady witnesses, that's now where the jury is anchored. The jury is anchored on there's something sketch going on here. These people have something to hide. I'm suspicious. And they're going to carry that over now into the forensic evidence. If they had started with something that can let me give me some assurance that, okay, well, we have a reason to think that Karen Read did it, then I am more likely to carry that forward and help that color my interpretation of what these witnesses now are giving me. I might be a little bit more forgiving of, well, these things just happen, butt dials do happen. People see things they don't necessarily understand the significance of at the time, and it only comes together after the fact. It's going to be a different type of receipt by the jury if you order it differently. So by waiting this long to get to forensics, I think it's a terrible mistake. They're playing into the defense's game. They're fighting the defense's fight. They're not fighting their own fight.
Well, I agree completely.
Absolutely.
Bob was behind time again. Jeez.
I keep like.
Don't worry, I only said it and sent it in private chat, but.
All right. So, all right. Okay. So we're current. This is current. All right. So they have not turned the sound on yet. All right. Let's see.
So babe, you got what Andrea's point was, that if they had started with the forensics, people would have been like, okay, that makes sense. And then they may have been more forgiving, as she's saying.
Right. They would have given the witnesses some grace in terms of, all right, this was kind of a crazy night. We're kind of having to figure out what happened by, reading the tea leaves a bit. And yeah, I think that the way that they're setting it up with the forensics, like kind of ending their case in chief, which to me puts it closer in time to the defense putting their forensics out. Like if I'm rebutting them in terms of my case in chief on the defense, I'm putting my forensics on immediately, because that's going to be freshest in the mind of the jurors in order to counteract whatever they had heard last from the state. But yeah, I agree. I just think that and really there was no, aside from kind of Yannetti's opening where he's talking about Karen Read being framed, we don't really have the concept that they're accusing the people in that house of somehow being responsible for John O'Keefe's death. It's like to them, in their minds, it's just like everyone thinks framing in terms of law enforcement, that's who frames people, not the people in the house, you know? So like, I just don't know where the jurors' minds are at this point. So
by the
Jay,
way,
you've got no sound, right, Jay?
I turned it off, but let me check. No, I have no sound, but please, folks, we're going to share. Oh, they just did Andrea's Twitter, YouTube, all the links. Follow it now. What are you doing if you're not already following? Go follow all those links. Please, please, please. And thank you so much for being here and watching this with us. We were super excited to have you on and get your expertise. I already see folks in the chat saying how awesome you are. So thank you.
Oh, dude, like I knew.
What I'm curious is, you know,
I
Bob, you
tell people, I'm like, and I couldn't wait. Like, you and I should probably dip out and just let the ladies
fine
go.
with me.
You know, I mean, we could go have a nice day, walk in the park, and just let the women crush it. Yeah, like follow on, like Andrea's, like everything that she does is phenomenal. Like her Twitter account's phenomenal, and her YouTube channel's phenomenal too. And like Andrea, you kind of like really like got into the YouTube during like the Depp case. That was like, was that where you were really, because you were deep into that. I wasn't doing YouTube at that point. I of course watched all of it, and I watched a ton of your content.
So what? That leads to a great question for me. So you followed Depp, you followed Delphi, you followed Brian Koberger. Have you ever had a case? I mean, I haven't followed, like with this case where it doesn't matter what you post, people are coming for your neck. I'm just curious, like, have you had that experience or not? I've had, like, any video I post, doesn't matter. I'm posting just like, what do you think? And people like, you've drank the Kool-Aid. Like, I'm curious your thoughts on that.
A lot of similarity with the Depp versus Heard stuff. I followed that case from the UK trial, so that's kind of why I was so into it.
The jurors in.
Jurors, please.
Here we go. I knew what was coming, and a lot of the same dynamics like that with just very strong divide between the sides. You know, who supports who thinks what, and just a lot of certain folks who were a little reality resistant is about all I can say about that.
That number again that you cited, Ms. McLaughlin.
And Andrea is also boots on the ground for
Thank
Cobra
you.
quite a bit. Like she'll drive down and get in that courtroom.
By the way, if you're on the replay crew, all the links will be in the description. If you're on the replay crew, all Andrea's links will be in there. Make sure you're giving a sub and follow. Yeah, Bob, I posted that video. Simply I said this seems like a problem that I put the witness's statement from yesterday, Julie, and her brother's statement from the police report, and I said, do you think this is a problem for them? And I got people coming at me, you drinking the Kool-Aid, how are you gonna let a murderer? I'm like, I simply asked, like, it doesn't matter what I post, people get mad.
Well, you know the beating I take on
Delphi. Yeah,
it's like, and I'm not even talking about the facts of that case. You know, I'm talking about the constitutional side of it exclusively. And you know, it doesn't matter. It's like people that don't necessarily understand the legal.
You are unmuted.
To the level that like attorneys might. I think I can see why it gets lost on. Like I'm constantly repeating what I'm really focusing on, and people are just.
You are unmuted.
Oh. Going hard with the Zoom this morning.
It's my mom. She won't hang up the phone. I'm on AOL is connecting.
Karen's looking ready for another day.
Full day, folks, not a half day. Full day today.
Oh yeah, Miku's headphones. Happy birthday!
Oh, happy birthday!
I saw another birthday in here too.
Hear ye, hear
Fancy
ye,
Drew.
hear ye.
Fancy
All
Drew.
persons have
Happy
anything
birthday,
to
Fancy
do
Drew.
before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Cannoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court within the Fuller County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you. You may be seated. Morning.
Morning.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. We appreciate you being ready and willing to go forward. We did spend a little time this morning with the lawyers moving things forward, so our time was well spent. We appreciate your patience. I have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did you also follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or sure. All right, thank you. May we have Ms. Nagel, please?
Make sure you watch your step.
By the way, Miss Nagel, possibly the angriest witness other than that one cop. I mean, she was spitting bullets.
She was very pleasant on direct.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Let's see where we pop off.
That slipped pretty fast.
Mr. Lally.
Yeah.
Yes, Sean.
Morning, Ms. Nagel.
Good morning.
Just a few questions for you. In regard to the interview or the conversation that you had with Trooper Proctor, were there any other troopers present during the course of that conversation?
Yes.
Recall who that trooper was?
I can't recall his name, no.
Now, if I could turn your attention back to January 29th in the early morning when you were leaving the house on Fairview. You indicated that you saw a dark object in an area of the front lawn, is that correct?
Yes.
You had been to the house at 34 Fairview on several different occasions prior to this day, correct?
Yes.
Ever been over in that area of that front lawn? Was that an area that was used, that you observed by the homeowners or anyone there?
Not really. No.
And what, if anything, do you recall about the lighting in that particular area of the yard?
I mean, it was dark out, but with the snow, it was kind of, you could see a little bit of a glare.
Do you recall any sort of street lights or anything like that in that area?
I can't recall, no.
Now you see this object, which you described as approximately 5 to 6 feet long, is that right?
Yes, correct.
And in the area of the flagpole, is that correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you saw it, were you expecting or anticipating something over in that area of the yard?
No.
And when you were driving past it, is that the first time that you saw it?
Yes.
Now, if you had realized or had recognized that dark object, 5 to 6 feet long, in that area near the flagpole, had you realized that was a body, what would you have done?
I'll allow it. I would have, called 911 if I thought it was an actual body, and told everybody else in the car as well.
And your testimony again was that you put sort of 2 and 2 together the following day, correct?
Yes.
Is this redirect?
Yeah,
Was he done with Cross?
Apparently.
I guess so.
Oh
Wow.
my Lord.
So if you realized it was a body, you would have called 911, correct?
Yes.
And that's because you would have realized that was very important information, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I didn't get that.
If you realized it was a body, you would have realized that was very important information, correct?
Yes.
And your testimony today is that you realized it was a body the very next day, correct?
The next day after I had a conversation, yes.
With
You didn't
whom?
call 911 at that point, correct?
I did not know.
You called the police business line.
I did not know.
Did you speak to any police?
No.
Right. And you would agree with me, Ms. Nagel, that object became 5 to 6 feet long yesterday for the first time.
Objection.
I'm not necessarily.
Ask the question differently, Ms. Yannetti.
The first time you've mentioned to anybody that object was 5 to 6 feet long was yesterday to this jury 2.5 years after you supposedly saw it, correct?
No, I told Aunt
Yes.
JJ.
Nothing further.
Okay. All right, Ms. Nagel, you are all set. Thank you very much.
She's kicking herself for not letting that get resolved yesterday. I'm shocked.
Wow.
I mean, look, why didn't he just buy himself
Next witness, please, Mr.
the
Lally.
time?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Ms. Terry Kuhn to the stand.
What? Is this DNA?
While she's coming in, can I
Yeah,
see counsel just
just
about this witness for a second, please? Mr. Jack.
This is the mitochondrial DNA person, I think.
Wow. I
Wow.
can't believe we didn't get the brother.
Who did they say it was? What's the name?
Terry Kuhn.
Terry Kuhn. Okay. I'm pulling up.
I still can't believe they didn't make a more of a deal of the text message. To me, that's such a big deal. But I guess maybe they're hoping
But they can focus on it on closing too. You know,
or with
like,
Jen McCabe, right? I mean, why are you? Yeah.
Wow, that surprises me. That a full night of being able
well,
to.
apparently he stopped
Next witness
yesterday.
testifies. I just want to tell you that sometimes we call witnesses out of order. Sometimes witnesses have to be called in a certain time frame because of their schedules or some other instance. And the lawyers were kind enough to work this out among themselves.
Is this a
So
defense
appreciate
expert?
it. All
Yeah,
right.
so this is Terry Kuhn is listed under the state's witnesses as UC Davis Veterinary Lab.
The dog DNA.
Oh.
I don't know.
You solemnly swear the honesty of the court and jury in the case down here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Man, I wish we could fast forward through
Morning.
the whole
Morning.
her credentials.
Could
It
you,
might be
please
less
state
because she's
your
a
name
vet.
and spell your last
TERIKUN.
And Ms. Kuhn, what is it? What do you do for work?
I work for UC Davis at the Veterinary Genetics Lab in the Forensics Unit.
And what is your job title there?
My job title is Forensic Scientist, DNA Technical Lead. My UC classification is SRA4.
And that UC classification as far as SRA4, what does that mean?
Oh, Staff Research Associate.
And how long have you worked there?
Almost 25 years now.
And if I could, I'd like to talk a little bit about your educational background, starting with undergraduate. Where did you go and what, if any, degree did you receive?
So I went to Sacramento State or California State University, Sacramento. I received a minor in chemistry and a biological science degree in molecular biology.
And following receiving those degrees, where did you go educationally?
I went to UC Davis and I received a Master's of Science degree in Forensic Science DNA.
And was that prior to you joining the lab there, or what, if any, relationship to that?
I actually started my job at the lab after my undergraduate degree in 1999, and I started my postgraduate degree, I believe, in 2009 and finished in 2011. So I was actually already working at the lab at that time.
Now, with regard to the forensic program at UC Davis, what, if any, role did you have in sort of the creation of that lab?
I was actually one of the people who helped establish our forensics program in our lab, and I currently help with all the training, and any future forensic scientists that we employ, I do their training as well.
Now, have you been invited to speak at any sort of conferences or things of that nature in regard to your work in forensic science?
Yes, I've spoken at the California Association of Criminalists, the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the Northwestern Forensic Sciences, and rural livestock in the Western states.
Have you been published in this particular area?
Yes, I've published 7 times, most of them in Forensic Science International Genetics.
And when it comes to those publications, are you familiar with a process called peer review?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that process entails and how that implicates things that are published?
So anytime we go to publish, we put out an article to whatever publication we would like to, and it goes through a peer review process, which that article is sent out to peers in our industry, and they review our work to see that it is solid. And if they approve it, then the article does get published.
Now, over the course of your years with the lab at UC Davis, how many forensic samples of DNA have you tested?
Oh, in the thousands.
Now, if you could describe to the jury the type of work that your lab performs.
So we have two sides of our lab. We have a service side, which provides diagnostic testing, parent verification testing, and then we have our forensic side. We do animal parent verification as well. We also do match comparison, which we compare samples to see if they're coming from the same source, and we do species identification.
Now, what kind of cases do you typically see, like in the lab?
We can do anything from homicides to helping people see if remains are their lost pet to provide closure for them.
And what are the sort of different types of agencies that you've done work for over the years of your work with the lab?
We've worked for police agencies, humane agencies, animal control agencies, and even private individuals, anybody who believes they can use our services.
And the lab that you work for at UC Davis, is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is. It's accredited. Oh, sorry.
Answer my next question. As far as the lab accreditation, can you explain to the jury sort of what that process is and what's entailed in accreditation?
So our lab is accredited by a group called ANAB, and that's the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation. They accredit labs to ensure that the policies and the procedures that we're following, they set a standard for those, and they come and check our standards. Are we meeting those standards? And it's also the same standards that most crime labs are associated with.
Now, in reference to that, labs that do DNA testing specifically and only in regard to humans, the accreditation that your lab has versus the accreditation that those types of labs have, what kind of difference is there?
There's no difference. The accreditation is the same.
Now, if you could explain to the jury, what exactly is DNA?
So DNA is the blueprint of your life. It's what makes your eye color what it is. It's makes your hair color, how tall you're going to be. And you get one half of that from your mom and one half from your dad.
And where is DNA found?
So DNA is found in most cells. It's in the nucleus of the cell. You get one copy of DNA per cell. There's also another kind of DNA called mitochondrial DNA. And in a cell, that is found in the plasma of a cell, and there'll be thousands of copies of mitochondrial.
And if you could explain sort of the difference between mitochondrial DNA versus what would you classify the other type of DNA?
So nuclear DNA is, again, that individual type of DNA. It's the DNA where we could say that that's you or that's a particular animal, and it would be a statistic of, 1 in 3,000 or 1 in 350 million type thing. Mitochondrial DNA actually runs along the maternal line. So if, you're a mom and you have a couple kids and a grandma there, they would all share the same maternal type.
And how is DNA used in forensic science?
For what we do in forensic science, for animal DNA, we use it for parent verification. We use it for determining if two samples come from the same source, and we use it for species identification.
And is DNA testing just generally accepted in the scientific community?
Yes, it is.
And can you explain for the jury sort of DNA typing, that process? How does that work? What is it sort of specifically that you do?
So the main steps are when we get a sample, we need to lyse open those cells. That DNA is in the center of the cell. Those mitochondria are there, but they're protected by a cell wall. So our first step is to lyse that cell wall and release the DNA. Once that is done, we want to see how much DNA that we have. And so we have something called qPCR, or quantitative PCR, that allows us to tell how much of that nuclear DNA is in a sample. From there, we would go to a DNA typing. As you can imagine, if you only have one copy of DNA in a cell, it would take a lot of cells to be able to visualize that DNA. So we have to go through a process of making multiple copies. We use something called pointers.
Can we pause just a sec?
It tells us what parts of the DNA that we're looking for. That can vary from species to species or from test to test.
I figure a little discussion might break up the monotony, but I'm wondering, Andrea, with this specifically, because obviously it's not the Commonwealth's theory that the dog had anything to do with anything. Would
Mhm.
you have saved this for rebuttal?
Yes, everything else being equal, I don't know why we're hearing from this person right now. All I can conclude when they say sometimes we have to take witnesses out of order is that this is when she's available. You know, she's booked up. She can't get over here from UC Davis at any other time. So it's going to be completely out of whack, and the jury is going to have to hang on to this whenever we get to the point where dog DNA is relevant.
And, you know, typically I kind of agree with you. Like, well, I guess this was supposed to be a rebuttal witness they're taking out of order. But given the way the Commonwealth has handled their case, it may have been I planned on calling her during my case in chief,
Mhm.
and this is the best time during my case in chief. Like, I honestly don't think that this was supposed to be rebuttal and that's them taking it early.
Mhm.
Because I think we would have had, unless they discussed it in chambers, you know, like, how do you put on a rebuttal witness before like, that's super out of, like, uh, more than just out of order. But, you
I
know,
mean, from the perspective of the jurors, they have no idea other than the fact that Chloe's been mentioned, that
Mhm.
we've heard about her being rehomed, but we haven't heard anything even suggested other than the question that was asked yesterday about whether or not Caitlin Albert had taken Chloe out of the house and put Chloe in the vehicle with her and Tristan. That was the only mention of Chloe being involved in this in any way. So in terms of the impact on the jury, I just like, what are they thinking at this point? Like, what are they wondering? They've heard nothing about a dog attack at all
Mhm.
in
right.
any way,
So
shape, or form. So
we can give the Commonwealth the benefit of this one and go with Andrea's theory that even though they wanted to do this as rebuttal, this was like the only time that this witness was available. And I know most of our viewers are pretty, well familiar with the way a trial structures, but rebuttal is literally the state puts on its case in chief, then the defense gets to go, and then the state gets to do a whole nother round that is responding to the evidence that the defense put on. And specifically, since a dog attack is not part of the state's actual case, you wouldn't expect them to be putting on someone to say there was no dog DNA when they're not, a dog's not part of it at all. But we've been seeing them front the defense's theory this entire time. And so that's why we're kind of speculating, was this like really supposed to be a rebuttal witness that they couldn't get later in the month? She's unavailable, she's gone, so they had to do now? Or was this, just another case in chief witness that they couldn't put on later?
and,
And it
and
just underlines the point that the reason we have to ask this in the first place, that there's even any question about it, is because of what is the Commonwealth doing here? They're just taking such a strange structure to their presentation of their case. They have spent nearly the entire thing pre-bunking the defense case instead of putting on their own. So we're just already so out of the realm of normal that, who knows? I mean, it's so hard to say at this point.
And really what they end up testing, sorry, Jay, is they only test an article of clothing, which I'm assuming is the kind of the lightweight hoodie that John O'Keefe was wearing. They never actually were able to test Chloe. And the question becomes, she's going to come on, I'm assuming, and testify that they didn't find any of Chloe's DNA on that particular item of clothing. My question for you guys is, what happens if Chloe never bit him, but only scratched him? I don't know if dogs' claws leave DNA.
I'm sure it's going to be a question that we get to hear. And now that we've done some talking, we might be able to speed up past some of the boring parts. We should do this
Test of
part.
what we're trying to do.
Yeah, I was just going
and
to say,
we amplify
the
that
jury may
in
be
a
asleep.
process called
I mean, we just to make
PCR.
sure they're still awake.
I mean, look, it's like some people don't know. Like I always can use a refresher on what DNA is. So, I'm not.
No, for sure. This
based
is
on
a
you.
necessary.
I'm saying based. I'm not saying based on you guys. I'm saying based on Like they just woke up and they're used to all these witnesses who are talking about like this stuff that's not. Now there's just this lady talking about dogs and Barfell DNA. I mean, I like, and then are they thinking going forward they're going to be all experts and that's going to be back to another, person in the house?
We'll see how it plays out.
And that can be kind of, you could think of it like a photocopier. Every time it goes through a cycle, it makes a copy. So if we start off with 1 copy, we get 2. From 2, we get 4. 4, we get 8. And by the end of this cycling, we have millions of copies that actually allow us to be able to visualize that DNA. And then the last step is actually visualizing it. The DNA actually has to run through a matrix. It's kind of like a sponge with all the little holes. Small pieces of DNA go out first, and we can see those first, and the larger pieces of DNA come out last. So it's allowing us to both see the DNA, and it separates it by size.
And did you do the forensic testing with regard to samples that were submitted to your lab in this case?
Yes, I did.
And as far as those steps that you just described, are those the steps that you followed in regard to this?
Yes, they were.
And do you have sort of standard procedures for what you do in the lab?
Yes, we have standard procedures or SOPs that we follow for all of our work that we do.
And so fair to say in this case, you followed those same sort of standard procedures and protocols?
Yes, I did.
Now, what, if any, efforts are taken in your lab to preserve the evidence or prevent contamination?
So what we do to preserve evidence, prevent contamination, one of the things we use is a bleach product. So anytime we're using a surface, be it for sample collection, doing PCR, doing the extraction, we're wiping down everything with this bleach product, doing our work, and then wiping it down again. Samples are stored according to what we have. So dry evidence is stored in a locked cabinet.
Not solo cups.
But evidence such as blood is stored in a fridge. Tissue is stored in a locked freezer. The fridge is also locked as well. So they're also kept in their original packaging, and they're sealed, and they're only unsealed and used when they're being actually manipulated for sample collection.
And what samples did you receive in this case?
In this case, we received 2 swabs.
And
So I do know how to swab.
Yes.
Bring the solo cups. They're going to bring the solo cups to the expert. Show the swab.
You're close.
Sir, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
This is why this is out of order, because we don't have any of this foundation yet. We have no chain of custody for the swab. We don't know what the swab came from.
Exactly.
Maybe that's all they mean by it's out of order.
I think it's out of order in many different ways. Yeah, this is obviously what they were discussing back in chambers prior to coming out today.
I'm showing you a series of 7 photographs. I just asked you to look at those.
Looks like Jackson's going to be the one crossing. He's taking the most furious note.
Headache guy was headaching. He had his head in his hands again.
Already? It's so early for the headache.
Already. Andrew, have you seen that guy? He's like towards the front every time they.
In general terms, you recognize.
I have noticed that, yeah.
Yes, this is the evidence that we received.
And those photographs that you would have taken as you were unpackaging the samples in this case?
Yes, and they contain a sticker on there that has our case number, the date we received it, and my initials.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll look to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I can't wait to find out if Proctor took these swabs.
Oh man, I mean, so I'm glad you brought that up. Do you think they're calling Proctor? I'm starting to think that they're actually not going to put him on the stand.
I mean, why would they if they can avoid it?
Yeah, I mean, the defense certainly is going to call him.
Yeah. But I mean, at the same time, they've had such poor judgment with calling so many of these people that are not adding anything to their case anyway, and are just getting, picked apart on cross-examination. So I can't get into Lally's mind. I have no idea what his thought process is here.
Really, really hard.
You don't want to do that.
I know. I'm like, I'm not going to make that much effort because I'm a
May I
little
return
scared.
these to the witness, and with the court's permission, may I publish them?
Yes.
Ms. Kuhn, now placing before you, what I placed before you has not been marked as Exhibit 7480. With regard to the first exhibit that you have before you, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as Exhibit 74?
Yes, it is.
Can you describe to the jury what we're looking at in this particular photograph?
So this is the evidence that we received. The little sticker on the bottom is the one that we applied at our lab. It includes the case number, the date, and my initials. And we do this to ensure that we can show that this is how the evidence arrived. It arrived in a sealed and packaged manner.
Does it say Stop and Shop on the back?
And,
Yes.
The following exhibit
On the
number
other
75, that's essentially another photograph of the same packaging. Is that correct?
So it's the same packaging, but it's the back of the packaging, because in this instance, that actually shows where the evidence was sealed as well, and the date as well.
And who, if anyone, or what entity did you receive this package from?
Can I look at my notes? I don't recall the exact entity.
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
So the client in this case was the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, Adam Lilly.
And so, but as far as the
Loud,
samples from
ma'am.
whom you received
Loud
that,
Lilly.
Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
They were the people I was in contact with about sending them. We consider the client is the one who submitted the sample on our submission form.
But the person who physically sent the sample from one lab to the other was the MSPCL, is that correct?
Let me look at their form here. There was,
This would be hearsay. You could object, I guess, if you
sorry,
wanted.
there was a
but-
form that came with it as well. Let me find it.
I think that the defense is thrilled.
So yes, the
They're calling
Commonwealth
her.
of Massachusetts Department of State Police Forensic Services Division Crime Lab was the one who submitted the samples to our lab.
And are you familiar with, or did you have any conversations with a forensic scientist at the State Police Lab in Massachusetts named Maureen Hartman?
Yes, I did.
Is that someone that you had worked with on prior cases in the past?
Yes, I have.
Now, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, number 6. And again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you?
Yes.
And if you could just describe to the jury what we're looking at.
So that brown packaging you saw before, this was actually what was inside of that brown packaging.
And the next exhibit.
And this is that same item that was inside, but the back side of the packaging. And that shows the 2 swabs that were contained inside that packaging. And that was the first swab that we selected for testing.
What's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you received and sort of how you delineated those items as far as labeling them by your case number?
Yes, it was.
And for the case number, as far as the FCD and the number, sort of how was that determined, or what is that?
So FC always refers to forensic case. In this case, D is for dog because they were asking for dog DNA testing. If it was C, it would be for cattle. F would be for feline, but the FC is always the beginning part. The third letter always kind of denotes what species we're looking for.
Now, pursuant to receiving those particular items, are you also given any sort of identifier as far as from the outside lab or the external vendor, as far as what label they have for the sample, or where the sample came from, is from the outside lab?
We did receive a piece of paper that with the submission saying it was taken from a shirt.
And do you recall specifically what the item number was or where it was swabbed on that shirt?
No, do you remember that?
I do not. It would be on that piece of paper, I believe.
Would that also be delineated somewhere within your report and your findings?
The case number would be in our findings.
And I'm sorry, not specifically in your findings, but within the context of your report with that.
In the report, the case number that they gave us is listed in the report.
Your Honor, you have your report with you now?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to refer to a report to that.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean,
Yes.
Lally's trying to establish a chain of custody here. I mean, the thing that we don't know is what part of the shirt did they take the swabs from?
And I'm
Like,
sorry,
we have
what is
no
that?
idea.
Did you want the case number there?
The whole swabbing
Okay,
process,
something-
really, we have to get
So
from
the case
the
number was
swabber.
listed as MSCLP number 22-02184, item 7-18.
See, this is critical
0.16.
stuff right here. The jury is going to file that away and take that into
Now-
deliberations.
With reference to these samples,
Exactly.
the samples arrive as you
No
expected
idea
as far
what
as
they're
the
talking
packaging and
about.
things of that nature.
Yes, everything was arrived sealed, and as you saw, that was documented in our with our photos, and it's also documented in my notes.
Did you test all of the samples that were submitted now?
Yes, we did.
And what is it that you were asked to test?
We were asked to determine species via canine qPCR. qPCR is that quantitative PCR that tells us how much DNA is in a sample, and it is specific for canine, because the next goal they asked is if we could develop a DNA profile to possibly use for a comparison with a reference sample to be submitted later. If we weren't able to see anything with canine DNA there, we were asked to do our species tests called Meat ID.
Now, first, with reference to the sort of nuclear DNA testing that you did, what were the results of that initial testing?
For the canine qPCR testing, we did not see any canine DNA.
And when you say, just if you could explain to the jury or expound upon that, as far as what are you looking at and what are you seeing or not seeing that leads you to that?
So the canine DNA we're looking for in that is that nuclear DNA, that DNA that's used for an individual, because the idea was if we see canine DNA in the quantitative qPCR, then we know we have canine DNA on that swab, and we can try and use that to develop the DNA profile for a later comparison.
Now, per the questions that you were asked or what you were asked to test, upon not finding any canine DNA from the PCR testing, the qPCR testing, what, if any, steps have you taken out further testing?
The next test we performed was our Meat ID test. It's a general species test. It tests for 12 species altogether. They would include dog, cat, bison, cattle, horse, sheep, goat, mouse, rat, pig, and rabbit. I'm pretty sure I got them all.
No
but
avian.
I can't guarantee.
Now, and I'm sorry to jump around here a little bit, but when going back to sort of the qPCR testing, can you explain to the jury sort of what is it, what type of instruments are you using and what exactly goes into that process?
So we're taking the sample and we're using primers that concentrate, that point to a small piece of DNA for canine, and it's supposed to amplify it. And every time it's amplifying, it's actually releasing a color, fluorescent color that it's measuring. So if there's canine DNA, this fluorescent color keeps popping up, and it gives it a measurement in which it will tell us how much of the canine DNA we have. But in this case, the test did not see any fluorescence for canine DNA. So it was a negative result.
And then as far as when you say canine DNA, is that dogs specifically, or what, if anything else, would be included within canine?
In this qPCR test, other canines will work, or canids will work, like wolves, coyotes, and we are now doing some further testing on foxes, but we have not concluded those tests.
Did you say wolf? Was that
Now,
supposed to
as
be
far
wolf?
as the meat ID test,
Sounded like
that you're
wolf to
talking
me.
about that sort of second, can you explain again to the jury sort of what is involved in that and what are you doing with regard to that?
So the meat ID test actually targets the mitochondrial DNA, which makes it a little bit better. There's, like I said, there's 1,000 mitochondrial in a cell versus that one nuclear DNA. So it's a lot more there. It's also a circular piece of DNA, so it's a little bit more hardy. It sticks around. And we have regions of the mitochondria that are specific to each of those species that I listed. And if we have, let me see this here. We have pointers that actually will give us 2 different peaks. If we get 2 peaks that are both for pig, we have a pig result. If we get 2 peaks for dog, we have a dog result, or the same can go for any of the species that we have. If we only get 1 peak, then we don't quantify that as being a positive result for that species.
And so you would need more than 1 peak in order to make that sort of opinion or qualification as far as species go?
Right. We always have to have the 2 peaks for the species that we're getting results for.
And so with regard to the meat ID testing that you did with these swabs, these 2 swabs, what, if any, results did you receive, or what, if anything, did you observe upon completion of the testing?
So for both the swabs, we did see pig. And we also actually I did a little bit of a test where we only concentrated on the dog portion of the meat ID. You can think of it as when we have all 12 species there, there's a lot of competition going on. By just concentrating on the dog meat ID, it eliminates all the competition. It gives us a better chance of getting a result if there is canine DNA there. And that result was negative. So the only result we got for both those swabs was for the pig.
Wow.
So,
I'm
again,
not
just
going to
be clear,
comment.
as far as,
You have
Oh,
to.
boy.
canine was
Someone
concerned,
has
there's not
to.
even 1 peak.
I mean, listen.
There was absolutely
Proctor
no
did the
canine
swabbing.
DNA.
As
We used
far
to throw
as
bodies
the
in with the
pig is
hogs.
concerned,
You
what, if
know, that was the
anything,
best way to get rid of bodies.
could that be from?
Hogs love to eat bodies.
I don't know where that could come from. That would be speculation on my part. It's a sensitive test, I can tell you. So yeah, it would depend on where that shirt had been and what the person had been doing with it.
Transferred secondarily.
Did Karen have
question, I
a
guess,
small
is
pot-bellied
if
pig that she had
As far
as
as
a
the
pet?
source, could
Like,
that be from
we don't know
beyond
about?
just an animal? Could it be from some other source such as food or something like that?
Yes, it could be from food. We have tested the
Bacon?
meat ID test. In fact, that's what it was developed for, was for testing food products. And so we've seen it come from cooked pork, cooked bacon, in terms of pig.
Dog treat.
I do remember those were tested
good
specifically.
And did it come from bacon?
Will we get chicken from the mediocre chicken palm from D&E's?
Sure.
While they do this, we have over 1,000 people on YouTube. Thanks everyone for
So,
being
Mr.
here.
Coon,
Please hit that
this
like
last
if you
one,
haven't
just to
already.
be crystal clear, from
And
your
share.
testing in regard to
Share.
both
All that
qPCR
good
and the meat
stuff. All the
ID
YouTube
testing, there
things.
was absolutely no canine DNA that you observed on the 2 samples that were submitted to you from the State Police Lab, Massachusetts.
That's correct. We observed no canine DNA.
Thank you. I have nothing
He's
further.
done.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
So he's going to be getting into the fact, like I don't even know if he can get into the fact that we're talking about a pile of clothes that somehow disappeared from the hospital. No one knows where they were at. We have no chain of custody.
Just to finish that thought, and to start off, there was no canine DNA detected in your testing, correct?
Correct.
There
So
isn't
when you say
any.
there was no canine DNA, that's a little bit of an overstatement, correct?
There was no canine DNA in the swabs that we tested.
Exactly. Okay, perfect. So the Massachusetts State Police did not send you any actual items of clothing or cuttings or source material, did they?
No, they did not.
As a matter of fact, the only thing to be tested were the swabs that you received, those 2 swabs that we saw very nicely photographed.
Yes.
You'd agree that your analysis of those swabs is only as good as the starting material with which you have
Garbage
to
in,
work,
garbage
correct?
out.
That would be correct. I only have the swabs to test. That's the only thing I can talk about.
So the integrity of any DNA testing has to start foundationally with the proper recovery techniques for what's being tested, what goes on the swab.
I have no idea how the agency collected the swabs.
So you're left, I guess the next question would be, you're left to assume that proper techniques were used to swab the source material.
Yes.
And for forensic scientists, that assumption may not always be valid.
Well, in cases cases can vary for us. Sometimes we get the actual source material. Sometimes we do get the swabs. It's dependent upon the agency sending it in. It depends on their policies and procedures, which I cannot dictate.
Right. So that because if the swab is not collected properly, what the source material is not, then you're left with sort of a garbage in, garbage out analysis, right?
But I wasn't there to see the swabs being collected, so I have no idea. I couldn't comment on that.
So that answers my next question. You were not present when the swabs were taken, correct?
No.
You couldn't oversee the collection of those swabs?
No.
You didn't take the swabs yourself?
No.
Okay. And you never did receive any of the source material from which those swabs were taken?
No, only the 2 swabs.
You do understand very clearly from your testimony and the UC Davis, University of California Davis lab, and the impressive work that y'all do, you do understand proper protocols for evidence collection, correct?
Right, when we do collection at our lab.
For one thing, you keep proper logs, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, in your report, there's a log, a couple of pages of logs that literally detail down to the minute when somebody touched those swabs, correct?
Correct.
I love this.
That's because it's important to maintain those types of logs to avoid contamination on the one hand, right?
I don't know if keeping the logs maintained prevents contamination.
That's a fair correction. The logs would give you an idea of who touched something when, and if there was some contamination, you might be able to work backward to figure out how that contamination occurred.
Correct.
That's why the logs are in place, correct?
It's to be able to see step by step where everything was going.
It maintains a very, very specific chain of custody.
Correct.
So everybody that touches those swabs or that item is going into an evidence locker or coming out of an evidence locker or being tested. That's highly, highly regulated, and it's marked on a log.
It's documented in my case notes, and it's documented on our internal chain of custody.
So there's literally multiple documents that that memorialize the movement of that evidence, right?
As it goes through our lab, yes.
Right, and your lab, that those criteria include the time that something was touched?
Yes.
The place where it was touched?
We don't document the place.
Meaning it was taken out of this particular locker and put on this.
Oh, yes.
The person that manipulated those items or that item?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked about the processes that your lab undertakes to avoid or reduce contamination.
Correct.
You were asked that by Mr. Lally on direct examination. You recall that?
Yes.
You went through what your lab and the accreditation process, the protocols that you employ to make sure that contamination is reduced, hopefully to a minimum.
Yes.
But you don't know what any other lab might employ in terms of their reduction of contamination processes.
No, I don't know this.
And you specifically don't know what the Massachusetts Crime Lab did or didn't do with this subject material before you got the swabs.
Correct.
You don't know if they took any steps, as a matter of fact, to reduce contamination of the source material before the swabs were taken.
I don't know anything about how they took those swabs.
You would agree that, for instance, if the source material had been tossed on the bottom of an ambulance floor, that could encourage contamination of that source material.
Objection.
Can you answer that question?
I don't know because we haven't tested that sort of thing.
Well,
it's an interesting question. I do agree, but we have not done any validation, which would be able to prove that sort of thing.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is if if the item is supposed to be not contaminated, right? It's supposed to be relatively pristine, and it drops on the floor, that might encourage contamination of that particular item that's supposed to be left as pristine as possible, correct?
Again, I don't know the history of the item, so I couldn't speak to it.
All right, so I think you have to move along from that.
If in fact the source material was not packaged properly, could that encourage contamination?
But I didn't see how the items were packaged.
I'm not asking that, Ms. Gill. I'm asking you hypothetically, if an item, a source item that's going to be tested, is not packaged and handled properly, that could encourage contamination, correct?
I have not seen that. What I have seen when something's been packaged incorrectly is I've seen the induction of mold growth, which has prevented bacteria, which causes bacteria, which eats away at DNA. So it doesn't give me contamination, but it does mean that I don't see
Deplete the DNA. Right.
There might be, if something is handled inappropriately, for instance, if something is handled sloppily,
It can destroy the DNA.
reduce the validity of the ultimate test that's undertaken, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain that.
What?
What?
Come
There are
on.
proper swabbing techniques involved
Mind
in
meld.
the preparation
Right.
of a swab, correct?
Yes,
That includes wearing gloves, using clean tools, correct?
correct,
It includes proper documentation of the swabbing.
correct.
He
Um,
handed her, she handed
The
him a little
documentation
gimme.
might include the location or the description of exactly where the item was swabbed, is that right?
Correct.
That would be helpful in your analysis to know exactly where something was swabbed.
No,
What about any visible markings to show where swabbing was taken? Is that normally done?
again, it varies from lab to lab what we get. I unfortunately can't dictate what every other lab does. They all have their own policies and procedures, and we work with labs across the United States and the world.
If you were swabbing something in your lab, which is an accredited lab, would you encourage marking exactly where something was swabbed so it could later be documented?
When I swab things in my lab, I actually circle on the item. There's a note with the case number, my initials, the date, and also a ruler present in the photo.
So if we have to go back in your circumstance that you just described, if we have to go back and try to replicate exactly where that swab was taken, you could do that?
Yes.
Okay. And you think that's obviously an important protocol?
That's the protocol in our lab.
So the swabs that are used are sterile swabs, obviously.
Yes.
In fact,
She
isn't it
pauses.
true
Like,
that Pro-Lab discourage, for purposes of
Have a Stop
DNA
and Shop
swab,
Q-tip.
discourage the use of swabs with wooden sticks because they can
In a
encourage
perfect world,
contamination
they're
as
sterile.
opposed to plastic sticks?
I have not heard that.
The swab is supposed to be moistened, right?
I do suggest that people moisten with water in order to make a better transfer.
And that needs to be distilled water, sterile water. correct?
Sterile water.
And you swab over an area of interest, and then generally you would photograph the area that's being swabbed, correct?
I do.
You would want to air dry that swab
Yes.
completely before you package it. Is that right?
When I do my collection, I don't need to air dry my swabs because their next step is actually the extraction process. So I'm not doing collection and then pausing. I'm doing collection and starting my extraction.
As a matter of fact, when you're collecting biomaterial, tissue samples, for instance, blood, other biomaterials, you would not want to package those in plastic because that would encourage some sort of mold growth.
Mold and bacteria, yes.
So it's discouraged to put the blood, for instance, in plastic containers.
Correct.
but she's probably going to say she didn't find any mold. Well, she didn't test
You certainly
blood,
wouldn't put blood
right?
material that you're working with in
A solo cup.
non-sterile
Oh.
containers, would you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Would you put biological material in non-sterile containers?
Objection.
I'll allow
Is it
that.
standard operating? Okay.
We
Like
don't
a
have,
red
everything that we
skull cup?
use is sterile. All of our tubes that we would use, or
That's not the
once we do a
question,
collection,
ma'am.
we put it in a tube for the extraction process. Those tubes are autoclaved and they don't have contamination. They are sterile.
You would use a solo cup.
I'm sorry, what?
There it is.
Objection, Your Honor.
Solo cup.
I'm
The
sorry, what?
objection sustained.
Why is it sustained?
You would maintain a strict
Why?
chain of custody over
Beyond the
that item to ensure the integrity and the admissibility of that DNA evidence.
I did, yes.
And I think we've covered this. You may have answered this already, that your personal protocol is you actually photograph where everything is being swabbed from, correct?
Correct.
That's the question I've been waiting for.
If there was DNA present on a source item, and it wasn't sampled properly or swabbed properly in the right spot, then that DNA would likely not be detected, correct?
I don't know why, I don't know the circumstances or why you would swab things, in a specific spot. I know in my lab how we do things.
What I'm asking is, if you have a source material and there's DNA over here and it's swabbed over here, you wouldn't expect this swab to detect that DNA.
That's correct.
Objection, move to strike.
Yeah. She allowed that, right?
Yes.
What information were you provided about these two particular samples?
I wasn't really provided any information.
Oh, great. Sounds wonderful.
I had to work with the person from the crime lab asking about what they wanted to test and try and narrow down the testing in terms of species, simply because it helps us make sure that we're directing the testing in the correct way for the answer that they're, or for the question that they're answering.
Ooh, for the answer
knowing
that
the
they
species
want.
in this case was important. It also made it so that we made sure that the testing was affordable as possible.
Understood. Would it be important for you to understand the condition of the material that was being swabbed as you engage your analysis?
I'm not.
Condition meaning, was it clean? Was it dirty? Did it have blood on it? Did it not have blood on it? Things of that nature.
No, since we don't get to choose how evidence is given to us, nice and clean with nice and clean DNA would be perfect, but that's not our perfect world we get samples from. So
hardly ever happens, does it?
No, it hardly ever happens.
It would be important, however, to know whether or not there were obvious inhibitors on the source item when it was swabbed.
Knowing that there's dirt would be helpful, or possibly blood, because those can inhibit, but not necessarily. We don't necessarily have to know that ahead of time.
Were you told in this instance that the swabs were taken from a garment that had blood on it?
No.
Wow.
Is blood an inhibitor?
It can be, yes.
Is garment dye an inhibitor?
Yes.
Were you told that there was blood on a dyed garment when you received the swabs?
No.
Ooh.
Your report indicates that the swabs that you did test, these two swabs, quote, did not indicate the presence of canine nuclear DNA, but did indicate the presence of inhibitors, end quote, correct?
That was in our qPCR.
Right.
Nice.
You explained that, quote, this result is obtained when either, number one, the canine nuclear DNA is degraded. Is that right?
Correct.
Number two, it's, quote, obscured by inhibition, end quote.
Quote.
Or number three, there is no canine nuclear DNA present, correct?
Correct.
Three
So in your
possibilities.
report, you indicated that there are three reasons that you list for the possibility of not finding or not detecting the canine
And only
nuclear
one
DNA in that
third
sample.
is that it wasn't
Correct.
there.
All right. Two of those three reasons allow for the idea that the DNA is actually present, but it's either obscured by inhibitors or it's so degraded that it can't be detected.
The nuclear DNA.
Right. But it still could exist.
It could, yes.
It's just not, you can't see it if it's obscured, and you can't see it if it's just degraded.
Correct.
Explain how an inhibitor works in your testing.
Excuse me, an inhibitor just actually stops the PCR process from happening. And so therefore you would see no results.
So did you find inhibitors in this sample?
In the nuclear DNA testing, yes.
Wow,
Was
what
that
a
the
great line of
qualitative
questioning.
polymerase chain reaction test, qPCR test?
Yes.
She's distinguishing the mitochondrial.
Yeah.
But can we
And in
pause
fact,
it real
an
quick?
inhibitor is pretty much any chemical that's literally going to inhibit.
Now, I've seen DNA, Andrea, where, like when you get your little chart, there's no X or Y. So they don't have, you may have a nuclear sample that doesn't have a mitochondrial sample. Is that what that means when there's no X or Y, that they couldn't actually do that mitochondrial test?
I'm not sure about that technically. I think that what she's getting at is it's a different source DNA, and so she's talking specifically about inhibitors to recognize and be able to amplify that nuclear DNA. And so she does seem to be distinguishing the mitochondrial DNA that is in the different source. So I don't know that if it's just like it's just an XY thing. That's getting into technical stuff that's beyond my personal expertise. But she is clearly drawing that distinction.
Yeah, and I mean, from my perspective, I mean, obviously we know, because we know the facts of the case. Clearly, they never swabbed the wounds on John O'Keefe's arm, so we're left with them theoretically, because we don't know where they actually swabbed that shirt, because we haven't seen photographs, which I was so happy that Alan Jackson asked the question in terms of, like, as she sits there right now, she was provided with 2 swabs, has no idea what the source was. Like, it
could have swabbed my
they didn't
sweater.
even indicate that they sent, like, this is where it came from. This, like, they gave her zero background at all. And like, Jackson's doing a great job picking it apart. I just hope that the jury is able to kind of delineate what he's getting at, which, you just never know.
And because this was out of order, did we not find out the chain of custody who made the swab, who took the swab?
We have no idea. We have no idea. And remember, early on, Allie, you weren't on. One of the early first responders who was actually at the hospital when they pulled John O'Keefe out of the ambulance and brought him up. He was asked specifically, like, where were John O'Keefe's clothes? Who took? But he then lost track of them. Like, he had no idea who took them. They kind of just vanished into thin air. So, I mean, obviously, this chain of custody issue is going to rear its ugly head in the near future in terms of where his clothes went, who had custody of them. And, I mean, like, at this point, I can't trust anything that whether it be the Massachusetts State Police or whether it's Canton PD, whoever the crime lab was.
Right.
I'm assuming
and the point's well taken that, like, you guys keep saying how they don't know where they swabbed. We don't know that they even, there was blood in other places. They could have been swabbing a blood drip from the top of the shirt that came from the face and not swab the arm, and I guess we'll have to hear that when we get to the.
Well, has he been able to establish that the inhibitor specifically was blood, or was it the dye from the shirt? I mean, I don't know if he's asked.
I think that's what they're getting into right now, but I don't know that whether they can determine what the inhibitor is, as opposed to the fact that there was an inhibitor.
Right.
Probably not in a cost-effective way. They would do like a gas chromatography, mass spectrometry type of analysis on it, or one of those chemistry types of analysis to analyze, what else is here in this swab sample. So,
but if they detected, she did say they detected mitochondrial DNA in the swab.
She said that
because who the hell's is it then?
The pig. It's the pig.
The pig. Bacon. Like, John clearly had a bacon breakfast sandwich that morning, and then
wait, did she really say it was a pig?
Mouth on his sleeve.
She really did say it was pig. Yeah, she really did say pig DNA. Yep. And it could be bacon that John had. It could be bacon that was on
that?
Somebody's greasy fingers. It could be, Trooper Proctor took the swab.
You can get DNA from the bacon.
It could be the dog treat.
Yes, yeah. I've heard that Proctor's favorite donut is the glazed bacon, maple bacon donut. So it's very likely that that's where the source of the bacon is.
I mean, I feel like that just seems so freaking bizarre. It's the middle of the night. Nobody's eating bacon, for God's sakes. It definitely seems like there was some contamination there.
Well, obviously, if they found pig DNA, so like people have kind of been joking about the whole owl thing. Like, I'm not so sure that they shouldn't have tested for owl. I mean,
pig owl?
No, not pig owl. Owl. I mean, if you like the Michael.
Oh no, Bob! Don't go down the owl.
Dude, I can't help it. I gotta go.
I mean, please spare us.
I think it was the owl. The owl did it. All right, let's go back.
The enzyme from helping make the copies.
Correct.
Lord.
Certain dyes inhibit,
Yes.
and certainly
Does
blood
bacon?
inhibits.
Heme from blood, yes.
Fucking pig DNA.
And because of that, at least in that sample, the nuclear DNA sample, you're not saying that there was no canine DNA there. You're saying that the testing
be
did not
detected.
detect it.
Correct.
In the qPCR nuclear test, correct.
Oh, there we go again. In the qPCR nuclear test.
Mhm.
But they didn't detect.
And you've heard, obviously, there's a famous quote in science: "The
Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence."
Correct.
Can you describe for the jurors what that phrase
Waiting for
means?
that.
Objection.
Sustain.
Why? That is
Just because you
absurd.
don't find something means it's not there.
Objection.
Can we pause this a second?
What? Why?
Yeah.
How in the world is she
You were able to
sustaining that?
detect.
Andrew, I'd like to know how many cases you're on the other side where the state offers this exact thing in everything from a sexual assault case all the way to a murder case.
Oh, all the time. I mean,
Every
all the
single
time.
one.
And that's the whole point. I mean, that this line of questioning about the absence of evidence is not allowed. This to me is just, it's incomprehensible. This is literally going to establishing the limits of what this expert can communicate to the jury, what can be established as a fact based on what she did. So to not be able to explore that, I don't get that at all.
And
It's
are we
crazy.
in the felony courtroom? Like, do we know what kind of cases this judge is typically handling? I find it like
She's a
it's
former public defender. She has handled
mind-blowing.
these cases. She knows perfectly well what the arguments are, what this testing is like, what it does, she's heard this DNA PCR stuff a million times.
every case. If that there's something missing, you're sure as shit that the state's putting on someone to say just because it's not there doesn't mean it didn't happen.
I think what's happening is that the defense is being a little too successful at turning this witness, right? That's
Right.
the nightmare for the state, is when the defense is able to get the expert to support your theory of the case and to give you information that's going to be helpful to your defense. I love that. I mean, that's like it's the golden ticket.
Right.
in
It's
the
dream scenario.
cross-examination.
Yeah.
And she just seems determined not to allow that to happen.
And
Which
this may be one of those situations where when you get an old defense bar on the bench, that they overcompensate. I don't want to be seen as, defense friendly or,
Yeah,
That's
and
correct.
she is defense bar, like old Bev was defense attorney back in her day. So yeah, I mean it's kind of par for the course of what we've been seeing throughout the course of the trial. All right, let's keep rolling.
The presence of pig DNA.
Correct.
And I think you said on direct examination that could come from a number of sources, including food sources, right?
Correct.
Could come from dog treats.
Pardon me? Yes.
Could come from dog treats.
Ooh.
Dog treats.
Did we know
that
this was
are
coming?
pig ears, literally. Right?
Objection.
Yeah,
Allow
pig's
it.
ears.
I believe so.
It's
Or
true.
it could be that the shirt that was the source material was contaminated, not properly preserved.
I can't say where that DNA came from.
You're not aware of
Yes,
any
if you did.
feral pig populations in Massachusetts, are you?
I'm not.
Dog saliva would obviously be a good and a rich source of DNA, correct? You agree?
It depends on the context. We have cases where, I can refer to 2 cases that we did recently where there was small bites and we were able to get nuclear DNA from those sources.
Because there's probably saliva.
Yes.
Right. So saliva contains active, living, growing cells that slough off in the salivating process, right?
Correct.
That's why oftentimes for 23andMe or other companies, they want you to swab the inside of your cheek.
Right.
with DNA, right?
Yes.
So that's a relatively rich source of DNA. You would agree.
It depends on the amount of contact in the attack.
However, dog claws, the claws, would not be a good source of DNA, would they?
No.
And the reason for that is because the claws are like human fingernails. They're made of keratin.
Correct.
Keratin is dead, hardened cells.
Correct.
And not a good source for DNA.
Not in terms of scratching. We can do something where we pulverize them and we can get DNA from them then.
But you have to have the claw.
Generally, yes, we have to have the claw material.
I spoke over it a little bit, but I want to make sure we're clear about that. You're talking about you can possibly get DNA in a mitochondrial test if you have the claw and pulverize the claw.
Correct.
Possible to find some DNA. But in terms of touch DNA,
We don't.
difficult to find it from a claw.
I really can't speak about touch DNA because it's not something we've tested or validated in our lab.
So you didn't have any claws that you tested here.
No.
Matter of fact, you were just testing swabs from a shirt.
Correct.
And you've already agreed that keratin is not a good DNA source because it's dead cells. Not
Correct.
live cells. Okay. Would you agree that one of the reasons that it's difficult to detect canine DNA, it was difficult to detect canine DNA in this case is because it was potentially degraded, right?
Objection.
Ask the question differently.
Sure. In your report, you indicated that there were two obvious possibilities of not detecting the DNA. One was obscuring because of inhibitors, and one was degradation. The DNA would be too degraded.
Again, that was for the nuclear canine DNA.
Understand that. So to be clear, in your conclusion, you're not testifying today that there was no dog DNA on that source shirt that was swabbed. You're saying that the two swabs that you got did not detect the DNA, correct?
In our meat ID test, we also have a test for an inhibitor. It's also called an IPC. It's the same internal positive control. And that's what did not work in the nuclear testing. It did work, and it worked very well in the test on the meat ID. So there wasn't any inhibition that we were seeing on the meat ID test.
But that's the ID test that you found.
Right, but it also was testing for dog at the same time.
But when you tested for dog for nuclear DNA, that test was either inhibited or so degraded that you couldn't tell.
For the nuclear test, yes.
Thanks. That's all I have.
All right, can
Okay,
we
Mr. Lally?
pause before he goes into his redirect?
Definitely.
So I thought she gave him, and he, this is where I'm thinking, like, sometimes the defense just it's focused on what it wants to get out, what he wanted to get out. She literally said, like, he made saliva DNA way stronger than she was making it. She's like, well, twice we've been able to detect saliva. It's like, I would have maybe followed that up, because it seemed as though she was saying that you don't even usually get saliva when you have a known bite, because she focused on those two. And like, he was like, so saliva is the richest of the rich. It's the best of the best. And she was giving him, like, well, not always. And sometimes we don't even get it when we have a bite, but he just had his questions in mind and wanted her to say saliva is rich, but nails are not.
Yeah, and that was my question with regard to the nails. There's this presumption that the dog bit John O'Keefe. I don't necessarily know that's true. And again, everything's out of order. We haven't seen it. Well, we know that the Commonwealth ME doesn't think that those particular wounds are indicative of a dog attack. I disagree respectfully. Obviously during the defense's case in chief, we'll get to hear what another ME's opinion is as to that. But like, I've never been in the mindset when looking at those wounds that those were necessarily bite wounds. To me, they look very much like scratch wounds. So I don't know. I don't know that he got into that as much as I would have liked, but I thought he was effective.
Oh, for sure.
I don't think that she answered his final question the way that I would have liked her to answer it, which was basically him just restating in a different way, just because you didn't find canine DNA in the two swabs that you tested doesn't mean that canine DNA did not exist on the source material. So I don't know if the jury got it.
There could have been two sources as well. You've got I didn't hear her say, she didn't mention anything about getting a full nuclear pig DNA, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's not to say that there wasn't, canine, there wasn't something and then somebody eating bacon touching. But I loved that it could have been a dog treat. I wouldn't have limited it to a dog ear because she already gave it to you on a dog treat. So that leaves it like, all right, many a dog treats. And that's true. There are many of dog treats. So when he focuses on like including a pig ear,
Every
you
time
know,
you say pig ear, for the record, Nanook's ears perk up. I just want you to know you're torturing the guy over here. He does
Well,
love
you
a
know,
pig ear.
I thought this was a pretty effective cross-examination. There were a couple points though that it would have been more interesting. I think if he could have explored them. He focused a lot on the potential for contamination, which I have to say, in typical fashion, it's curious to me that these forensic labs seem so uninterested in studying and validating transfer events, contamination events, and things like that. Have you noticed that? They don't seem to want to know much about how that type of thing can happen. Apparently, they might be asked about it in trial if they know a little bit too much. But he also didn't ask about degradation. And I think that's
Right.
really important because this is a shirt that was sitting outside in the snow. Okay, it was described as soaking wet. So it's in these. It's wet. It's in freezing cold conditions. It's brought in and dropped on the floor of an ambulance. It's taken into the hospital. It may or may not have been properly bagged. I mean, all of these conditions that could lead to the degradation. And I would have liked to have seen more development from him about the environmental conditions and the effect that can have on the ability to get a good DNA sample on something that may have originally had a deposition, but for whatever reason, that's not able to be preserved.
Yeah, and I noted the same thing that that was another gimme she gave him about it being degraded that he didn't latch on to long enough because and it happens with all of us at trial. Like you've got something in your mind that you want to get at, so you might not pick up on another opportunity to focus on something else. And I was thinking the same thing, like, all right, she's giving you this, it's not, it's degraded because he was like, well, if you do all these things, you can get transfer. And she basically said, but no, if you do all that, you actually get a degraded sample. And I didn't know if it was because she focused on when it's degraded, I find bacteria or mold, and there was no bacteria or mold, but I'm 90% certain that you can get degradation without finding mold or bacteria. So I was thinking the same thing, like, well, come on, she's giving you more than you asked for here, but you're not grabbing onto it because maybe you're focused on the transfer of the pig DNA.
And Jackson very well understands what the collection process. I mean, he's obviously privy to what the chain of custody is with that particular piece of evidence.
He's laying the breadcrumbs for the next
right.
one.
I anticipate that that's what we're going to see. And I mean, based on what we've heard thus far, we know that in terms of the collection of that particular evidence, that it doesn't seem that it was proper. And I continue to feel very vehemently that they simply, I can't trust them. I don't know. Like if we don't see photographs of where they swab while they're actually swabbing it, I mean, you can't trust any of it at this point. I mean, and I think that it's been established, and we'll always have the solo cups.
And that goes directly to Andrea's point in the morning, that if they would have put the forensics on first, people wouldn't be so skeptical. And now they've created this thing where people are already looking at everything with a little bit of more suspicion than they would otherwise. And like that point that you made going in, it keeps resonating with me of what a difference this would have been on the on the state to have done it that way.
But like we have to consider the fact that maybe the state doesn't have that evidence to put forth. I mean, maybe they're avoiding it like the plague because it doesn't exist. I mean, it's certainly a possibility. I mean, we're talking about, we know what their collection process was with respect to, the blood that they found in the snow. This was just not an investigation that you would expect from any state police agency. You'd expect some kind of modicum of competence, and we just haven't seen any of that at all from any part of, like, even the forensics, but the entire investigation has been specious.
And Bob, part of the reason why we have to be suspicious about that, you and I noticed this, we talked about this on Twitter, was because so much it seems of what the Commonwealth has promised and has represented to be there, we're not seeing it. And a great example of that is that in the statement of facts, Michael Proctor very specifically identifies by timestamp where in these videos, these surveillance videos from inside the CF McCarthy's and the waterfall, you can apparently see Karen Read drinking all this vodka, like ordering all of these shots, throwing the shots in her glass. It's very specific and detailed in there. We have seen tons of video from inside both of these bars, and not a single one that is confirming this evidence that Michael Proctor represented to us is supposed to be there. So yeah, when I'm starting to notice that the stuff you told me exists, you're not showing it to me.
Right.
And you had every opportunity to. I mean, you had the bartender on the stand who could, be perfectly capable to authenticate that.
You had Brian Albert, didn't he say, I think she was holding that very same glass of liquid the whole time.
The whole time. I don't know that she added anything to it. They have not established her alcohol, her BAC in any way, shape, or form, or just how much she consumed. And like you said, Andrea, we've seen so much of the waterfall video. I have yet to see any situation wherein we see her pouring her shot into her pre-existing into her glass. And it's like, I mean, I don't know where the state's going with this case still. Like, in this particular witness did not help at all.
And the problem, Bob, is because now if we don't see that in this case, I'm going to have to assume that's because it doesn't exist. If it was there, they would have shown it to me.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly. So if you're Lally or you redirecting, I'm thinking.
Yeah, you got to.
A little bit, right?
I mean, I think so, because he's going to focus on the non-degradation of the mitochondria.
Right.
Yeah. Ms. Kuhn, on that last point, it was when pertains to the nuclear DNA testing, was either inhibited, degraded, or it wasn't there. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as samples in your line of work, are you typically going like outside of the lab or going out to like a scene or anything like and collecting samples in that regard?
No, everything is sent to us.
So when you're collecting from a sample, it's done in the lab setting, is that correct?
And if we get the item, we're collecting it, but we have times in this case where the samples are sampled at the other crime lab, and then we just get those samples. So it happens both ways.
Now, if you recall, what, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Hartman or anybody from the Massachusetts State Lab in regard to the swabbing or the collection process?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
I gave her our basic swabbing practice. Even though they are a crime lab, I would assume that they would know what they were doing, which would be to swab with a sterile swab, using sterile water, allowing the swab to dry completely, and then packaging in paper and storing at room temperature before sending it to us.
And when you received it, and those 7 photographs before you, was the packaging that you received, was that appropriate? Was that what you expected?
Yes, it was what I expected.
What a non-question.
Describes on directs as far as the mitochondrial DNA testing and the meat ID as being hardier DNA. Is that correct?
So yes, the mitochondrial DNA is a hardier DNA. There's a lot more of it when we're testing for nuclear DNA. Like I explained before, there's only one copy of DNA in a cell, which is for the mitochondrial one cell. There's thousands. So you can have a lot more there. It makes for a better test, at least in terms of species. It's just a more sensitive test.
And there were no inhibitors or anything like that in the mitochondrial, the meat ID testing that you did?
No, the IPC worked very well.
Who's that referring to, this comment?
Thank you. May I approach this to retrieve these?
That guy.
Yes. Did you have anything further, Mr. Jackson?
Very briefly.
Okay.
We keep hearing
You
the
indicated
offer
that
that
you gave
Duncan
Alright,
I
let's see,
know is
hold on.
referring to.
certain protocols to follow in terms of her swabbing and recovery. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you aware that Ms. Hartnett had also failed certain of her proficiency exams?
Objection, Your Honor.
A couple months earlier?
And I am going to strike that, and the objection sustained.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
All right, you are all set. Thank you very much. All right. Could I see counsel just briefly, please?
Good, you can flip through all this.
All right, let's see. We didn't pause that much, but let's see.
We did.
Okay, here's new guy.
Who, if anyone, did you live with?
I'm a little early.
Oh, is this the
I don't know.
This is
Brother?
Ryan, I think.
We're here to be true,
Ryan
the whole
Nagel.
truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Ryan Nagel, Nagel.
And Mr. Nagel, where do you live?
I live in Canton.
How long have you lived in Canton?
30 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
I live with my girlfriend now and her son.
Bob, help your wife with the
And,
spider that she's trying to kill right now.
I'm in a very different area of the house.
Who, if anyone, did you live with?
My parents, my brother and sister.
And you have two siblings, a brother and a sister?
Correct.
And are you the oldest?
Yes.
And your sister's name is what?
Julie.
Now, and do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for?
I'm a union tin knocker, which is HVAC.
And how long have you been doing it?
About 12 years.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th, 2020.
I'm gonna go
Recall
save
that?
Allie.
I do. No, I got it.
Do you
No.
recall what days of the week they were?
I believe it was a
No,
weekend.
save you from that vicious spider.
And at some point,
Like Little Miss Muffet.
you recall going out on that evening.
Yes, I do.
And where did you go, and who, if anyone, did you go out?
I went to C.F. McCarthy's to begin the night with two of my friends, well, now my ex-girlfriend and my friend Rick, to meet up with my sister.
Ooh, ex-girlfriend.
And, so your girlfriend at the time, and what was her name?
Heather Maxson.
Oh,
And your friend Ricky, what's his
God,
last
he's
name?
the brother.
D'Antano.
And you and your girlfriend at the time, Miss Maxon, how long had the two of you been dating?
Probably about a year and a half.
And your friend Ricky, how long had the two of you?
Oh, probably since 6th grade, so pretty long time.
And you went to C.F. McCarthy's. Is that a establishment you're familiar with?
Yes, sir. It's in the center of town.
I've been there plenty of times before.
Yes, sir.
And did you go just sort of the three of you, or did you meet someone else there?
Met my sister there.
And where within the bar did you go?
I believe at a table. To my acknowledgement, what I remember, yeah.
Do you recall sort of what side of the bar you were?
I was on the, I believe I was on the left side.
Did he
Yeah, the
say
bathrooms.
acknowledgement?
So if you're walking in on the left side towards the bathroom.
Correct.
Is he at a
And
different
do you
bar?
recall about what time it was that you got
It's a first
I don't know,
bar.
probably, I don't even really remember, 7, 8 maybe.
there? And do you recall how it was that you got there? Like what mode of transport did you take?
Oh, Ricky drove.
And Ricky drove his own vehicle, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
What kind of vehicle did Ricky have?
I believe it was a 2018 F-150 pickup truck.
Recall the color or anything like that?
Gray, dark gray.
And he picked you up, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And was Miss Maxon with you when he picked you up?
Yes.
Now, as far as C.F. McCarthy's was concerned, you're at a bar, you were drinking, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Recall what you were drinking?
Probably beer. It's usually what I drink.
Do you have a particular brand or anything?
Coors Light.
Silver bullet.
And as far as your girlfriend at the time, Miss
Smoking
Maxon,
gun right there.
Right? Come
I
on.
would
Hey,
probably say
Silver.
beer as well. I'm probably either Bud Light or Mick Ultra.
And your friend Ricky, was he drinking as well?
Yeah, he had a few.
And if you know about how long were you at C.F. McCarthy?
Probably a few hours, probably 2, maybe 3 hours.
Now, following that, where did you go?
From there, we went to, so a friend of mine shot me a text, and we went to the hillside, which is on the other side of town.
And you familiar with that establishment as well?
Yes, sir.
And when you say it's on the other side of town, about how long is the drive sort of between C.F. McCarthy's and Hillside?
Probably 10 minutes.
And when you arrive there, how many friends are we talking about that you're meeting up with?
It was just one other gentleman.
And fair to say when you get there, you have some more drinks?
Yes, sir.
Same thing?
Yep.
And if you know in total, sort of over the course of the evening, as you're going from one place to the other, how many beers?
Oh, probably between, I don't know, 5 to 8, maybe, give or take. I'm not sure.
And
drunk driving everywhere in Canton, and it's insane how many people are.
I guess for the weekend, it's probably like a normal, maybe. I guess
It pisses me off. Man. It's so
no,
upsetting.
sir, no, it was not.
Crazy.
And about how long was it that you were at the hillside?
I would say I was probably there hour-ish, give or take.
And do you know about what time you left?
Probably around midnight.
And when you left from there, where was it that you went?
I went to pick up my sister Julie because she shot me a text asking for a ride.
And so you were at the hillside when you received the text from your sister Julie, correct?
Correct, sir.
And did she, what if anything did she indicate as far as where she was or where you were going to pick up?
She said she was at her friend Brian's house.
And is that friend Brian, is that someone that you're familiar with?
Yes, sir.
Who do you know that person?
Just my sister's best friend since they were kids.
And I'm sorry, do you know what his last name is?
Oh, Albert.
And his house, had you been there before?
I've driven by it a few times,
Best
yes.
friend.
That's somewhere you would pick your sister up from?
Yes, sir.
My best friend.
And again, as far as when you leave from the hillside and you're going to this address, did you know what the address was, or did you have to ask your sister for it? Or
No, I already knew where the house was.
did you know specifically what the address was, or you just knew generally where?
I didn't know the address. I knew the street name, but I didn't know the number.
What did you know the street name?
Fairview.
And as you're, so you exit the hillside, get in the truck, and who's in the truck at this point?
Ricky is driving. I'm in the passenger seat, and Heather is in the back seat.
And the back seat, as far as Ricky's truck is concerned, can you describe sort of what that is?
It was like a jump seat. It's a crew cab, so it's got like the suicide doors in the back.
And by suicide doors, you mean they sort of open up in like sort of a triangle? Is that?
Yes, sir.
Now,
what a terrible description.
It's the worst description of all time. You open into a triangle.
Jump in the truck and start to go over.
Spaceship.
Right, 40 minutes or so. We kind of took our time. She said she didn't like, she wasn't say come now. She just said, when you get a second, you come pick me up and bring me home.
Jay, do you remember the movie
if you know about how long
Copland?
the drive is it from the hillside to the fair?
Sylvester Stallone, New
5
Jersey
minutes,
town.
7
All
minutes,
these
maybe.
cops lived in the town.
And
All right,
so
all
as
right.
you're driving
This is the
along, as
real
far as
life
the
version of
address is
Copland.
concerned, is that
Yeah.
something that you gave to Ricky as far as the GPS, or were you giving him sort of verbal directions?
Verbal directions.
And do you recall what you sort of said as far as where to go?
Yes, sir.
And what was that, sir?
Like the direction we went, you mean? Like the
I
street?
think we can move beyond that, Mr.
What I'm
Wow.
trying to ask, sir, is as you're approaching Fairview, do you recall which side of Fairview or how you approached Fairview?
I was coming down Cedar Crest, so Fairview would be on my left.
And as you're coming down Cedar Crest with Fairview on your left, what, if anything else, did you observe sort of in front of the truck?
I noticed a car coming up the hill towards us.
And can you describe the other car that you saw coming up?
It was a black SUV.
And was that a black SUV that you were familiar with or anything like that?
No, no.
I didn't get the end of the question, please.
I'm sorry.
Sir, if you could just, and I know it's difficult, but if you could just wait till I finish the question.
Yep, sorry, sir.
So this is not-
As he interrupts him again.
So I'm sorry. So as you were coming up and you see this black SUV, did you recognize it as something you had seen before?
No, sir.
And when it's, so you're approaching at the same time, is that correct?
Yeah, just about, yes.
And with regard to Fairview being on the left, what, if anything, had Ricky done with respect to the vehicle to signal the left?
He put his left blinker on.
And that other vehicle that was coming in the opposite direction, what, if anything, did you observe as far as their direction?
They had their right directional on.
And so as a result of that, what, if anything, did Ricky?
I flashed his headlights to let the person go because they were going to beat us, obviously, to the.
So they have the
turn,
right of way, so you needed to flash?
And when they were coming in, so they went first, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Ricky's truck then proceeds behind that black SUV onto Fairview.
Yes, sir.
And as you're coming up to the house, to Brian Albert Jr.'s house, where did that black SUV go?
Probably about kind of right in front of the house, I would say.
You came up to the same house that you were going to? Is that
Correct, sir. Yes.
And as far as the vehicles being the black SUV and Ricky's truck, are they facing in the same direction?
Yes, sir.
And which side of the truck that you're in is facing towards the house, Brian's house?
Say that again.
Front.
So, very poorly put question. So with
Yeah.
regard to the truck that you're in,
Yes.
is it the driver's side, the passenger side, or something else that's facing the house?
Oh, passenger side. So my side.
So your side and the passenger side facing the house.
Yes, sir.
And where did Ricky stop the truck in relation to the house?
Right in front of the driveway.
And when you stop in front of the driveway, about how far away from you is the black SUV that you saw?
Or a car length in front of me, a car length and a half in front of me.
And as you're sitting behind that, what, if anything, was in between the truck, Ricky's truck, and the black SUV in front?
There was nothing, sir.
And at any point in time that you were there in front of the house, did you observe anybody get out of that truck? I mean, get out of the SUV?
No, sir, I did not.
And when you arrived there, what, if any, communication do you have with Julie inside the house in reference to your presence?
I texted her when we were coming down Cedar Crest saying, hey, I'm almost here. You know, get ready to come out.
And about how long was it between the time that Ricky parks in front of the driveway and the time that your sister comes out?
Probably about 2 minutes.
Did you recall seeing her exit from the house?
Yes, I do.
And how did she sort of exit and how did she come up to the truck?
Like, you mean like what door or?
What door and how did she?
I would say the side door next to the garage.
And how was it that did she come across the lawn, down the driveway? How did she come up?
Guess she crossed through the lawn a little bit, but obviously walked down the driveway because we were at the end of it.
And at this time, when you're in front of the house,
Crossed the lawn a
on
little bit,
Fairview,
people.
what was the weather doing at that point?
It just started to snow, sir.
Just
And
started.
as far as accumulation on the road or the grass or anything, did you see anything like that?
Very little.
Is this a
Wasn't too much
defense witness?
on the ground yet.
And as far as when your sister was walking down from the house to the truck, did you see anything as far as like footprints in the snow or anything like that?
No, I was not really
So
looking
nice
for
the
that.
Commonwealth to call
Not
the
anything you
defense as
know.
witnesses.
No, sir.
So she comes to the truck. How was it that you spoke to her? Did you roll down the window, open the door? How did that?
I opened the door just because I assumed she was going to jump in the back seat. And she goes, oh, would you guys like to come inside? I looked over at Ricky and he goes, maybe we should call it a night. Obviously we were out for a long time. So she goes, oh, I'm gonna stay a little longer. And so she shut the door and I watched her go in the house and that was it.
And from the time that your sister came out and the time that she went back in the house, how long a period of time was it?
Maybe 30, 45 seconds tops.
So a relatively short amount of time.
Yeah, it was kind of like an in and out thing.
Now, as far as the black SUV in front of you, what, if anything, did you observe about movement of that vehicle at any point?
I noticed that the brake lights, the only reason I noticed is because the brake lights were on and it moved, I'd say moved up maybe another car length in front of us from where it was.
And when was that in relation to when you were parked out there waiting for Julie, talking to Julie? When did that?
Probably simultaneously when she came out the door.
So moved up a little bit further, about a car and a half?
Further away from us.
Facing the same direction?
Yes, sir.
And was that the only time that you observed the vehicle move up, or did it move up?
No, that was the only time I saw her move.
And when you say the brake lights, what part of the brake lights were you looking at?
The only reason I noticed that it was the brake lights and not the regular parking lights because the third light above was on.
Wow.
And
This
so
is so
above,
helpful
sort
to
of
the
in the
defense. I
center of
can't
the
even
back of the
stand it.
vehicle?
Correct, sir. Yes.
Yeah.
Now, as far as any of the other lights or any other part of the vehicle, what, if any, damage did you observe on the vehicle at that time?
I did not observe. It was dark out.
And as far as when the vehicle moved up from one position to the next position, what, if anything, did you observe in the roadway as far as tire marks in the snow or anything like that?
I didn't really observe any other tracks in the snow
There was
besides
not
the car
enough
in front of
snow.
us.
So you did observe tire marks from the car in front of you,
Yes.
but no other tire marks that you saw.
No, sir.
And as far as around the vehicle, at any point in time, did you observe anybody exit the vehicle or be outside of the vehicle or anything?
No, sir. No, I did not.
And did you see anybody go from the vehicle to the house?
No, sir.
And did you see any footprints in the snow or anything like that around the vehicle?
No, mainly because obviously it was late at night and I wasn't really looking for any of that.
Yeah, there wasn't really no snow on the ground.
Right.
We've established that early on.
It's weird how he implies he would have seen him if he was looking.
Your sister, when she comes out to the truck
Sleuthing.
outside, how would you describe, did she seem overly intoxicated to you?
Yeah, it seemed like she had a few.
Was she
Oh, now
slurring
she's-
words or stumbling as she was walking?
No, sir.
I don't know if he wants her drunk because of her
Yes, from the
testimony
time that
yesterday or.
you came down from Cedar Crest, is that right?
Correct, sir. Yes.
So from the time that you came down from Cedar Crest, the black SUV is in front of your vehicle sort of the entire time, correct?
From like the point I turned onto Seacrest, you mean?
Yes.
No, the only time I saw the vehicle was when we probably got up 100 feet from Fairview.
And I'm sorry, it's a poorly put question. What I'm asking is, after you turn from Cedar Crest on to Fairview, that vehicle is in front of you the entire time?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes. Yes.
And so you
Thanks,
watched
Molly.
your sister Julie go back up to the house, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I did.
Basically to make sure she got inside okay?
Yes,
And did you observe her go inside the house?
I did. Yes.
And after she gets inside the house, what, if anything, did Ricky do with the truck?
He pulled out to go around the SUV in front of us and then to go home.
And as far as pulling out, as far as sort of the distance between the truck that you're in and the SUV that's in front of you, did Ricky put it in reverse and then have to like maneuver around, or could he just sort of pull away from the curb?
He just pulled away.
And as he's going by the dark SUV, what, if anything, did you observe with reference to that?
I observed that there was a person inside the car with the interior light on.
And that would be sort of a dome light, is that right?
Correct, sir. Yes.
Can you see where the dome light was, as far as in the left, right, or center of the vehicle?
I was in the center.
And can you describe the person that you saw? Where were they? First of all, where were they in the car?
They're in the driver's seat.
And can you describe what the person looked like?
It was a woman.
And how do you know that it was a woman?
Had long hair.
And,
I'm not a
do you know
biologist,
what color
sir.
the hair was?
No, I didn't. I wasn't really paying attention to it. I was kind of just watching Julie go in as we were pulling away.
Your direction was to the house as you were watching Julie go in and Ricky's pulling away sort of simultaneously.
Yes, sir.
That's not what he said a
So
second
that's
ago.
why you're looking over in that area of the house.
Correct.
See a black blob.
And the woman that you see in the driver's seat of the vehicle, could you see her lips moving as if she was talking or anything like that?
No, I didn't. Wasn't really paying attention to that.
What in the
And
flip?
as far as what, if anything, did you observe her to be doing, or how was she seeing?
It seemed like she was looking straight ahead with her hands at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel.
Now, as far as the other, what, if anything else, did you see, or who, if anyone else, did you see within the interior of the vehicle at that time?
I only saw one person at the time. Wasn't really looking. It just happened to be like at a glance as we drove by.
Oh, now he
And so
might not
your
have
head's
seen
already
him
turned in that direction, looking to see
leading.
your sister get inside the house, correct?
Correct, sir. Yes.
And so as you're going by and you make these observations of this woman in the front seat of the vehicle, what, if any, movement did you do of your body or your head to look into the vehicle?
I just turned my head as we were driving by to watch Julie go in and then turn straight, look forward.
So it's not as if you were peeking forward or going back to get a better view inside the vehicle?
No, sir.
He first said he watched her completely walk into the house, and
And
then
then
Ricky
During the
pulled
time
away.
that you were outside of the house,
Yeah.
did you hear any noises or hear anything coming from that vehicle in front of you?
No, sir, I did not.
And as far as within your own vehicle, when Julie comes out, what, if anything, did you or Ricky do with regard to sort of the radio within?
Turn the music down. We had music
Thanks,
playing.
Lala. You're really
Yeah,
up in the
music playing
defense
as you
here.
pull up, turn it down when Julie comes out to talk.
Correct, sir, yes.
And at the time that you're pulling away from the curb, had you or anybody sort of, turn the radio back up?
Not that I remember, sir, no.
Now,
Thanks, Lolly.
with reference to when Julie comes out and you open the doors so that you can talk to her, is that correct?
Yes, sir, yes.
And did you open just the front passenger door or the back door or both?
I opened my passenger
Yes,
door.
Jenny, that's my theory.
And you were expecting her to essentially get in at that point, is that fair?
Correct, sir, yes, I was.
Now, when you opened the door to the pickup truck, the passenger side door, what, if anything, happened with the dome light inside the truck?
It went on.
This does not seem helpful.
Yeah. Why are you making Mr. Jackson's point?
Now,
He's
after
trying to
you
say this
go
all happened
past,
afterwards.
The dark SUV,
After what?
where did you go from there?
To my house, sir.
And as far as your house, who, if anyone, gets dropped off there in addition to yourself?
Just me and Heather.
And Ricky then leaves from there, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And from that road on Fairview to your house, about how long a ride is that?
5 minutes.
When you left the roadway on Fairview, the vehicle that you had seen after it initially pulls up an additional car and a half or so, when you left, was it in the same position after its movement that you observed?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would just ask to publish a couple of photos for use with this witness.
Okay.
Oh, let's look at all the views of the house again.
Wait, can we see more pictures of the house? I feel like we haven't seen enough. Any.
We still don't know when they were taken. One of the things I've been pointing out, guys, have you noticed how the roof has unloaded on that front porch and nobody freaking uses that door? Okay, look at that. It's shoveled from the side
On the
door.
screen, do you recognize?
The front
what-
door is
what
completely
depicted in
blocked.
that photograph?
Right.
Exactly.
Yes, I do, sir.
What do you recognize it to be?
Say that again.
What do you recognize it to be?
That it's the Albert's house.
And that Fairview Trail,
The picture's already in. You don't have to lay foundation again.
night that you were there on the.
No, because there's a shit ton of
Looks like there
snow.
was more snow than what I came to.
More snow in this photograph than when you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, with reference to Ricky and the truck, if you could, using that laser pointer, you see that area of the street in front of the house?
Jay, it's laser pointer time.
I do, sir. Right about there.
There we go.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit number 72.
Who's so terrible with the laser pointer?
Now,
Can't remember who that was.
I think his
the
sister.
area that you were describing when you first pull up to the house and the dark SUV is in front of you, you see that area within this photograph.
Yes, I do, sir.
If you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where this photograph is. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph, next exhibit, excuse me, number 73. Again, what's up on the screen, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
Bob Cousin's son,
And
Dark
in this
Bob,
photograph,
all
you
as
see
well.
that sort of secondary position where the vehicle moves up and where you see it in that secondary.
Yes.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where in the photograph it is. Thank you. And from that side of the yard, is there any sort of landmarks or anything else that you observed sort of in the area where that vehicle pulled up to in that secondary position?
I know there's a flagpole there, and there, I believe it's an electrical box along with
And
bushes.
sir, if the
And,
SUV wasn't
flagpole,
in
you
that
observed that
spot
in
when you
the
pulled
box.
away, you would have
Yes, sir.
driven past that very spot, correct?
Sir, would you identify that as a blob, a dark blob, sir?
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that.
I hope he focuses on the 5 minutes in his statement.
Yes, Andrea is most certainly an attorney. From what I hear, that's
Allegedly.
word of the shoe. Allegedly, for you,
Or your situation.
would be concurrently improved. By
I am a
20
criminal
hours.
defense attorney for almost 18 years now.
Long in the tooth.
And then some. Seen some shit.
No further
Yeah.
questions for this witness.
Okay, cross-examination.
Your Honor.
Oh, Ajax going in.
Good morning, Mr. Nagel.
Good morning.
A couple of questions for you. Since January 29th, have you been contacted by anybody from either the Albert family or the McCabe family about the circumstances of January 29th, 2022?
No, I have not, sir.
Have you been contacted by any other person other than the Albert family or the McCabe family since January 29th, 2022 about your testimony or your statements?
About my statements, no, but I mean, me and Ricky are best friends, and obviously it's things that we brought up in the past. Yes.
I didn't mean to speak over you. So you and Ricky.
Good old
and how do I
Ricky.
pronounce his last name?
Dantano?
Dantano. You and Mr. Dantano have obviously discussed the circumstances of that night
Yes, sir.
and what happened.
Yes.
Did that change your testimony in any way?
No, sir. No, it did not.
You were interviewed by a Massachusetts state trooper on or about February 7th, 2022, correct?
Sounds about right. Yes.
Do you remember which state trooper that was?
Not off the top of my head, no.
His name Michael Proctor, sound right?
No, sir. I don't think so.
You don't believe it was Michael Proctor?
I'm not 100% sure. No, I'm not sure.
Do you remember the state trooper that did interview you had a partner named Yuri Butnik?
Ooh.
Yes.
Bukaki.
That sounds familiar. Yes.
Jay.
During that interview, you
Boy,
told
Bukaki.
and I'm just going to call him the trooper, since you don't remember his name, the trooper and Yuri Butnik, that there were two other people in the car when you approached 34th here.
Say that again.
You told those two troopers that there were two other people in the car with you, Ricky D'Antono?
Yes. Yes. In my vehicle. Yes, sir.
Okay. So they were well aware of the identity of Ricky D'Antuno and Heather
Dantano.
Maxon.
Dantano.
And Heather Maxon at the time.
Correct.
As
Critical.
early as February
Pronounce
7th,
my friend's name
2022.
right. Jerk
Yes.
off.
I want to talk for a second about your approach to Fairview Road. You were coming along Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
You would have been going west-ish. I know it's a curved road, but sort of west. If Fairview goes north and south,
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
you would have been going west and then turning south onto Fairview, correct?
Correct. Yes.
You indicated that the SUV, the dark SUV, beat your car to the intersection. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And because the car was ahead of you, Ricky flashed his lights as a courtesy to say, you got the turn.
Correct, sir.
Because both of you were approaching the intersection, but the SUV was closer.
Correct, sir.
You pulled up to Fairview and stopped relatively close to the driveway, as you've indicated to the jury, correct?
Correct, sir.
And your car was as much as 3 car lengths behind that SUV. Do you recall that?
Why is
When
he
we
making
arrived,
him further
I would
behind?
say
I hate
car
that.
length and a half at the time.
Okay. Do you recall being interviewed on or about May 11th, 2023?
Why would the defense want them further
by
away?
individuals not associated with the Commonwealth?
A gentleman came to my door, but I did not speak to him.
Would it refresh your recollection? Do you remember talking in May of 2023 with anybody about this case?
I don't know. 2023 may have been the feds.
The
I'm trying to.
Wow.
No, I understand.
Yes.
Were you talking to by
Wow.
anybody? Don't say who. Just tell me if you were talking, yes or no.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Do you think it would refresh your recollection as to when that interview took place if you saw a report?
Yes, sure.
Okay. May I approach you?
Yes.
I wonder if the jury heard that.
Oh, I bet they did. You
Oh,
can't
yeah.
unring that bell.
I mean,
The highlighted portion at the bottom,
Feds.
if you wouldn't mind taking the
do you
glance
mean
back and
feds?
look up to me when you're finished reviewing that.
Wow.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you show Mr. Rowley what you showed the witness?
By the way, Raul points out this man does look just like Scott Kahn. Good call, Raul.
It does.
Does this refresh your recollection,
Definitely
sir,
got
that
Scotty
you indicated
Conn.
in that interview?
Just two parts. Does it refresh your recollection?
Understood. Does that refresh your recollection about what you may have said?
Yes.
So there was an interview in May of 2023,
Yes.
and you did indicate some distance that you were behind the SUV in that interview.
Yes. Well, at the beginning, it was only a car length and a half. And then probably at the end, by the time we left, it was about 3 car lengths.
Okay, fair enough. So at the end, it was as much as 20 to 50 feet ahead of you.
Give or take, yes.
Okay, so 50 feet, obviously further than the length of this courtroom.
Correct.
All right. So at a time when you
God,
were in the
don't
truck, still stationary, that SUV had pulled ahead of you at least 3 car lengths, correct?
And by the end, yes.
Okay.
Putting it not near the flagpole, is that the point?
I don't
You've already
know.
indicated, I want to make sure I'm clear about this. Did any car pull in between Ricky's truck and the SUV when you were sitting behind the SUV?
No, sir.
You didn't see a Jeep?
No, sir.
With a big old snowplow on the front of it?
No, sir, I did not.
That car was never between your car and the SUV, was it?
I never saw any other vehicle in between us.
All right, fair enough.
The Jeep.
When
Brian
you
wasn't
got to the
parked
location,
there.
you
Snowplow?
indicated that you had texted your sister
Is
that
that
you were arriving. Is that
Correct,
right?
sir, yes.
is that
How long
Kristen's
before
lip?
she came out the door
No. Oh.
to meet you at the car?
That was a Higgins.
Since I
Yeah,
like the text you mean?
Higgins had the Jeep.
They're
with the,
saying Higgins wasn't
2
where
minutes.
he said he
We were
parked,
coming down Cedar
or
Crest.
where
and I
other
texted him,
people
we're
said he
almost there.
parked.
And then once you got on Cedar Crest, it's just a few seconds to drive up to the driveway at Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Did she text you back?
I don't remember.
You had your phone out.
Yes,
It was in, I'm guessing it was in your lap or in your hand.
I would assume yes.
Okay. So for a period of time, while you were inside the cab of the truck, as you were pulling up, you were monitoring your phone to determine whether or not she was going to text you back, step out of the house, whatever.
Yes.
Finally, your sister did come out the front door. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And when she came out the
said
front
the
door,
side
you were
door.
looking sort of toward the right.
No, when you say front door, like there's 2 doors to the house.
That's a good point. There's the, let's call it a front door, which is the classic front door, and then a side door.
Correct, sir, yes.
Which door did she come out?
The side door next to the garage.
Okay, so that would have been close to 90 degrees from where you were seated. You would have been looking to your right,
Yeah,
not necessarily looking straight ahead.
correct.
All right, so for that period of time, as you're looking to your right, you see her come out the side door
Yes, sir,
and you watch her approach down the driveway.
correct.
So at this point, you don't know what's happening with the truck in front of you in those
Yeah.
moments.
No, I
Didn't
wasn't
see him
really
get
paying
out.
attention to that
That's what he's
time.
getting at.
You indicated that you said on direct examination that you believe that once she was out and at the truck, that she was there for 30 or 40 seconds.
Correct, sir.
Do you remember actually testifying at a previous hearing in May of 2022 that it was more than 5 minutes that she was out by the truck?
It was not 5 minutes. I'm saying the whole time that I was there, probably between 2 to 3.
Do you remember
Said
being
5
asked
twice.
how long, if you know, were you talking with Julie out in front of the house and you indicating under oath a little over 5 minutes, I would say?
I mean, if you got it, sure.
There.
I mean,
Yes.
whatever you guys have.
Scotty Conn.
I'm sorry.
You tell
Oh, yeah,
Mr.
did it
Lally what
again.
page it is or
May I
something?
have that back? for 2
Yes, sir.
seconds?
Yep.
He also said 5 minutes in his report, at
Just
least
take a
what
look
they
at that
wrote
highlighted
down.
portion and look up when you're finished. May I approach?
Is your memory better then?
Ryan's about to get rehomed.
He said the same thing on February.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Seemed it, yes.
Okay. And is it, in fact, was it your testimony that back in May of 2022, much closer to the event in question, that you indicated under oath that y'all were actually talking for closer to 5
Y'all.
minutes?
The whole thing, probably, yeah.
Okay. You indicated that you opened up the truck door, is that right?
I opened up my passenger door, correct?
So that does that, F-150, does that automatically open up the suicide door as well?
No, it does not. There's a handle
Okay.
on the inside of the door to open.
So it was just the passenger door that was open?
Correct, sir.
Got it. And your sister Julie would have been standing in the crook of that door, correct?
Yes.
So the door would sort of obstruct
Her view.
something to her right or toward the front of the truck.
Correct. That would be the door.
Right.
I thought she said he just rolled down
How
the
tall is the
window.
truck? Is it?
She did.
Yeah.
It was, yes.
She was way more drunk than
So
him.
that door is probably up above eye level.
It wasn't that high, no.
Okay.
And it makes sense. He thought she was getting
You
in.
talked you indicated that while she was out there, you turned the music down so you could have a conversation with her.
Correct.
You talked about whether or not she wanted to come in the truck and leave, correct?
Say it again.
You talked about whether or not she wanted to get in the truck and leave.
I asked if she was coming, yes.
You also talked about whether or not you would come in the house and stay.
She asked that, yes.
Okay, so there was a conversation back and forth about either you staying at 34 Fairview or her leaving 34 Fairview and getting in the car.
Correct, sir.
There was also a conversation about whether or not you guys needed to give her a ride then, or if she could get a ride on her own after you guys left, if she wanted to stay.
Correct, sir, yes.
And part of that conversation included even talking about whether or not maybe her mom, your mom, would come get her after you guys left.
I would assume, maybe. 2 years ago.
Right, understood. But it's safe to say that there was a dialogue back and forth during which time you're engaged with your sister to your right. She's engaged with you, looking straight ahead in the crook of the door when it's freezing cold out.
Correct.
All right. And during this time, your attention is focused on your sister, obviously.
Yes.
At some point, she did decide to stay.
Yep.
And at that point, she then left the crook of the door. You would shut the door. I'm guessing you shut the door.
Yes, sir.
And then Ricky figured out, okay, we're gonna get out of here, and she's not coming with us.
Correct.
Did y'all wait long enough to see her go inside the house?
Just gradually pulling away and watched her walk in the house.
Okay. And that answers my next question. When you pulled away, you didn't speed away, correct?
Correct, sir.
Gradually, slowly pulled away and out and around the SUV that was in front of you.
Correct, sir, yes.
So y'all made up the distance at that point. After you had this maybe 5-minute conversation with your sister, you made up the distance and got up to the SUV that was in front.
Yes.
All her taillights, all the taillights were intact.
To my acknowledgement, yes.
I mean, as you sit here.
I mean, may I?
Of course.
I mean, I'm not there to, look at a car and be like, oh, is there any damage on a vehicle? It's 12:30 at night. Obviously, I had a few drinks. I'm out looking for that. I just noticed that the brake lights were on. So.
Right. But the point is, as you sat there and you testified about this before, you noticed no damage on any of the taillights.
Not to my acknowledgement, no.
Okay. There's 3 taillights, one to the left, one to the right, and one center top.
Correct, sir.
And you didn't notice and note anything out of the ordinary with regard to the rear of that truck.
No, like I said, it was dark out.
Yeah. Yeah, we talked about that earlier.
Oh, I have a story.
We love
At any
stories.
point, did you see that SUV in front of you drive up 50 or 60 feet, slam into reverse, and then drive backward?
No.
Okay. At any point, did you see that SUV reverse and hit a pedestrian?
Objection.
Sir.
I'll allow that. You didn't see that, right?
No.
Thanks, Judge Bev.
At no point did you see a person laying on the lawn,
No, but I also wasn't looking.
but you didn't see it.
No.
And you did see the truck in front of you.
The SUV, yes.
The SUV in front of you.
Correct.
All right. You didn't see a person standing or lying on the ground anywhere around that SUV, did you?
No.
And it's not just that you didn't see that SUV hit a pedestrian. That did not happen while you were sitting there, did it?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that.
No, I did not.
After you drove away or drove up slowly in order to drive away, you were the passenger, or as you drove away, I should say, you were the passenger closest to the SUV as you would be passing it, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
You looked out the right window of that F-150, correct?
Correct.
And you could actually see inside the SUV as it's sat there idling, correct?
Correct.
That's because the dome light was on. Isn't that right?
Correct, sir.
And you noticed that the dome light was on inside because you could clearly see what was happening inside the SUV at that time as you passed by.
And I wasn't directly looking inside. I was making sure my sister got in the house okay.
Right. But you did look inside that SUV.
As I passed by, yes.
Except you noticed where she was looking in the
That's all I saw at the
position of
time,
her
yes.
hands.
Female with long hair. Is that
Correct.
right? And you did not see anybody else inside that SUV.
No, not to my acknowledgement.
As a matter of fact, you were
You did
asked
say
that in
acknowledgement.
prior testimony, and you indicated in response to that
He uses the
basic
word
question,
acknowledgement.
no, she was alone, correct?
Correct, sir.
There we go.
Yes.
All right, this is a perfect time. I want to hear this story. Tell us the story, Andrea.
Scott Galena, Google him. He is a former defense attorney who became the Assotin County judge down here in southeastern Washington. It's in Clarkston, where if you're following the Idaho 4, this is where Brian, went the next morning, and they found him in the Albertson. So it's this neck of the woods. Scott Galena had been a defense attorney, private guy, is pretty well qualified, got on the bench. I was getting appeals. I get a lot of appeals out of Assotin County. So I'm reading the transcripts, and I'm just seeing this stuff that, like, I mean, you have the normal, just give the state, give the prosecutor, give the cops everything they want, make the defense work for everything, right? But this was just going so far above and beyond that with this, like, super sucking up to the police. Okay. They get off the stand and you're in front of the jury saying shit like, stay safe out there. I mean, it was really, really atrocious. Well, lo and behold, a couple, months, maybe years later, I don't remember. It wasn't that long that he had been on the bench. He ends up getting charged with rape. He's harassing the courtroom staff, like the ladies who work at the court. He's doing gross stuff with them. He's manhandling them. He's doing all of these disgusting
Wait, Andrea,
things.
I missed it. This is the judge doing this?
This is the judge. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And
Former
it's so
defense
bad
guy.
that these girls have formed a system, like, amongst themselves, so that they don't have to be alone with him, like how they watch out for
Wow.
each other so that nobody will, like, get trapped alone with the judge.
Wow.
And he ends up, he's obviously not on the bench anymore. He gets prosecuted. He pleads guilty to something, some fairly not low level. I mean, it's a sex offense, but gets a nominal prison sentence for it. So that just really colored my perception of defense attorneys going on the bench and then getting just a little too friendly with law enforcement. Like, you really wanted those guys to be buddy with you, didn't you?
Wow.
Didn't want them looking at you askance at all.
Wow. Yeah, that's a good point. Because Alice and I, we've definitely had judges, and they're so rare, like in the counties that we practice in, at least the Colorado counties, not as much Cook County, which is Chicago proper, but like they do seem to overcompensate in terms of just really laying it on heavy with defense attorneys. And we always are like, well, is it because they just don't want to come across as like that they're, in any way biased towards defense attorneys, so they're overcompensating by just hammering on us? Because it's like you want to be excited. You're like, oh, we finally got a defense bar lawyer up on the bench. It's amazing. It's like you hope, because you like all you can really ask of a judge is that they follow the law, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's all we really want
Fair.
them to do.
Just be fair.
Exactly, which is just so hard for them to do sometimes. I don't
Well,
know.
and to me, it's just it's spoken a lot more to less, I think, the specific people involved, and just more, it's that principle of how power corrupts. It speaks to the position, and to kind of, I mean, I'm not going to cast aspersions on every judge or anything like that, but there's just some kind of characteristic that people have that would lead you to want to have that type of position in the first place. And it just seems like there might be maybe a little bit of correlation with, how high an opinion I have of my own,
Right.
my own decisions, my own judgment, and stuff like that. Somebody
Like-
who is a little bit more humble with their ability to know and ascertain things and stuff is probably going to be less comfortable in that type of position where the responsibility of being right is really high. If you have integrity, about the position, and that's why you're in it, because you want to do justice, you want to get the right thing done. That is going to be a heavy as the head wears the crown type of job. So I just don't know that those people are necessarily the ones that seek out the position. It's the people that thrive and just seek out that opportunity to have that type of power.
Yeah, and
that
it's
end up on
always
the
kind
bench.
of and it kind of reminds me like I've always found that cops were always that bully asshole in high school that like that seems to be like who gravitates towards being a cop. Like I'm certainly that's not all of them, but a lot of them. You know, I mean, it seems like a lot of cops were kind of that bully in high school, and just with that amount of power, with that badge and that gun. It's a scary proposition.
That's
And
why I always say they should make all the firemen policemen.
right. Just switch the roles. Like
Yeah.
that
Right.
would be perfect. That would be
I have
perfect.
another role for the police, but yeah, sure, let's switch them.
Jay, are you alive? What is going on with you, man? Like I
I'm
think
not going to
Jay,
interrupt you guys.
He's still shocked at my judge story.
No, I was just thinking for us who started with on my channel, we started with the Murdoch trial, and there was no better judge to me than Judge Newman. And now a lot of us, I think, compare to that judge, and that is the definition of an honorable judge, in my opinion. I was just made me think of him because he was so awesome, in my opinion.
he was great. And you know who else Jay and I really took a liking to was Boyce on Daybell. Like he knows his shit. You know, he comes prepared. He understands the rules of evidence. And you know, and I was really, really impressed with him because I had not been following much of what had led up to Chad's trial in terms of the pretrial stuff. But like, because Jay and I were covering that, like for 2 weeks, something shy of that, Jay. And like, I was really impressed with him. What is your impression of Judge? Like, because I know that you know better than most.
Yeah, you know, I have not had a bad impression of Judge at all. I especially just kind of given this region, given this area, and kind of my familiarity with who is in those types of positions in that area. I really feel like he's about the best that you could hope for. He's not a prosecutor in a robe. Is he perfect? Definitely not. I do think he is operating a little bit more on instinct and a little bit less on, let me research this thoroughly and make sure I get it, technically correct under the law and everything. But that's sort of the norm with small, busy courthouses where you're dealing with all kinds of different things. This isn't a court where you have a judge who just hears criminal cases, a judge who just hears evictions, a judge who just hears adult guardianships. They hear it all. So they have to know a little bit about everything and just be familiar enough with kind of the general principles to be able to operate in all of these different areas. So that's kind of how I see him. He's a small town judge. He operates a lot on instinct, which I think, is potentially not a great fit for a capital murder case where all of these technicalities and details and things like that are potential issues for future appeal and stuff. But that said, his instincts to me seem to be pretty fair. He's not just a knee jerk. I'm going to do what the prosecutor wants because they want it. He's been very generous with the defense. He has been very, his court is clearly one where he likes everyone to get along. And one of the comments I've made too is he's very, very skilled at getting these kind of negotiated resolutions to motions. So you the defense, you come in, you have a problem with something the state is doing, and Judge is really good at getting you on record as accepting some kind of middle position. And the reason why that's such a talent is because now you can't raise that on appeal. You've bought into it. It would be invited error for you to then go to the Court of Appeals and say he shouldn't have done it this way. Well, you said it was okay.
So I hate when judges do that for that very reason.
From a practical side, it's a challenge, and that's why you as the attorney, if you want to really make that record, you're going to have to not go down that garden path of conceding. Yeah, you're going to have to stand firm.
And just for the record, Judge is the judge who is sitting on the Koberger case, because I didn't mention that in case you guys.
Before we go back, I just want to echo, what is it, Nunzio's
hey Nunzio, good to see you.
Hi Andrea. Everyone needed to go to her channel and sub. Been watching her since the Depp Heard. Great content and super smart.
Matt.
We concur. Everybody go sub. it's been great having her so far. And all right, let's go.
Yeah, and one last thing. So I wanted to ask you, is there something in the water in Washington/Idaho? Because I cannot remember any point where there's been more kind of huge cases coming. I mean, we have Daybell, we had Vallow, we've got Koberger, and I think Corey Richens is up in that neck of the woods too, right?
Corey Richens is up in that neck of the woods. Yeah.
I mean, what is going on up there?
I don't know. We have sort of a long and storied history in Eastern Washington of that type of thing. In fact, it's one of the reasons why Koberger caught my attention initially, is because it was just a throwback in some ways to me to back in the 90s in Spokane, Washington. It was kind of one of these places where we had a whole series of serial killers, and they were largely prostitute killings. Robert Yates was a very famous one, but there were quite a few others. And of course, we had the Green River Killer, we had Ted Bundy. So when it first happened, and everybody is kind of thinking, well, is this a serial killer, on the loose or getting started or something like that? That's what immediately came to my mind of like, well, lucky us. Of course, serial killing has been down to nothing, around the country since, about this time in the mid 90s or so. And now it's going to come back to life. And of course, it's going to be here.
Of course. Oh yeah. And Ruby Frankie. Yeah. She's another one of it. I mean, you guys have been very busy up there. And it's like, and it's nice because they seem to stream everything, whereas here in Illinois, they still don't, like, they're allowed in the courtroom, but no one streams anything. So it's like, it's frustrating. And then obviously you and I have been talking about doing stuff together on Delphi, and it's like, we're going to have to be boots on the ground without the ability to be able to stream any of it, which is like for us sitting in the courtroom. And I see you taking notes from the testimony, is that when we're streaming, like, it takes away our ability to be able to observe when we're in there, because we're basically listening and writing in where we don't have the advantage of being able to label to go back and watch the stream, because like, you do want to watch everything that's going on. It's the advantage to being able to be in the courtroom. You can see what the jurors are looking at. You can see what the reactions of the defendant are. You can see what the reactions of the witnesses on the stand are. And it's like, you miss all that if like we're having to take the notes so that we can come back and report exactly what the hell is going on. So I'm hoping she changes her mind, but like, I'm not
crossing my fingers.
Me either. All right, let's see what
It's a good time to mention before we go back. Don't forget to hit the like channel. Things are going to keep heating up here. We got a lot of people here.
Hit that like channel, everyone.
I mean,
the like channel.
Oh no, it's going to be a new thing that Jay adds on to the Tingler.
Of course. Hey,
Hit the like channel, everyone. Smash the like channel.
I gave him theater.
Oh yeah, fodder.
Fodder. Oh
there
shit.
You go.
There's another one.
God, here we go. Oh, he finally finished that bottle.
Okay.
Drink.
Just to be clear, sir, she was alone as far as you could see, correct?
Correct, sir. Yes.
Okay. Nothing further on.
You are all set, Mr. Nagel. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Wait, was that the redirect?
All right.
No.
Sure,
That was
this
it.
seems like a great time.
She was alone.
Court, all right.
What an untimely pause I made there, huh? If I would have waited just 2 more
Well,
seconds.
you might be able to take it right to live testimony.
Yeah, fast forward us, babe.
Exactly. Let's see what's up. All right, look at this. It's exciting.
Well, if you guys are interested, if we are still on break, I saw a couple people mention it in the chat, but I did actually go through and do a little bit of research into Judge Bev's record on appeal and how the higher courts tend to receive her rulings.
Does that include, by the way, this? Has she done this before, where she wants no objection, no basis for the objection spoken? Have you seen that?
If she has, it has not been an appeal issue. I can say that. But there was a case from 2023 that was quite remarkable, a capital murder case involving a case of mistaken identity and a potential third-party culprit defense. And what happened was This was a situation where this guy, he went out and hired a lawyer for like a $5,000 flat fee, right? So rule number one, never do that. Never hire a criminal defense lawyer for a flat fee, because it means that once they have sort of exhausted how much they feel like working on your case, they are naturally going to want to work on other things that are paying them actively rather than your case that is no longer of value to them. So he hires this lawyer for a flat $5,000 fee. The day before trial, the Commonwealth turns over some rather important evidence, and it's a proffer conversation that a confidential informant had with somebody in law enforcement, where he identified somebody else as the shooter. And so this is known. The guy is under subpoena. The court's telling him to be present there in the courtroom for a while. Defense attorney doesn't do anything with it, just lets the whole thing go, never follows up. So it goes to Judge Bev on a motion for a new trial, and Judge Bev finds attorney was ineffective, that it was not a reasonable strategic decision not to follow up on this. It would have had a pertinent effect on the ability to argue the third party defense and to cross-examine the witnesses and stuff, supported his mistaken identity theory. And
but no prejudice.
And yes, no, there was prejudice. She granted him a new trial. She granted this guy a new trial. So total ruling for the defense, went up on appeal, and it was affirmed. So she's not reflexively anti-defense all the time. There were quite a few rulings where she did rule in favor of the defense. And sometimes, like there was one, she's gotten, I think, reversed more for ruling for the defense than she's gotten affirmed for ruling for the defense. So there was one from 2018 where a guy had been charged with a crime. He's found incompetent. He's committed to the hospital. The hospital petitions to extend his commitment because they can't restore his competency. In the meantime, he moves to dismiss the charge, and it gets granted. So then the hospital moves to convert their extension to a straightforward civil commitment, right? He's, gravely disabled, danger to himself, danger to others, whatever, just purely mental health context. And she denies the motion on the basis, her interpretation of the statutes was basically that the hospital didn't have any continuing authority to detain him once the criminal charge got dismissed. So she granted, denied them being able to extend it and released the guy. That went up on appeal, and that got reversed. That one was held to be an abuse of discretion.
What year was that one?
That was in 2018.
Okay.
So yeah, just a lot of interesting things in there. So another one that came up that I thought was just, wow, like I've heard this before. A case from 2019, Commonwealth versus Salmons. What happened in this case is the defendant, he'd had his cell phone seized. And this is kind of your straightforward complex DV case, like your high-level DV case, get in a big fight, he smacks her a bunch of times, strangles her, yada, yada. Nothing sexual alleged or anything like that, but just kind of, I'm sorry if this sounds, I'm a defense attorney.
Right, we're
yada, yada.
It's just a run-of-the-mill
wife beating
domestic
situation.
violence. Right. Yeah.
But that's just kind of what it is. It's nothing really extraordinary from that standpoint when you see these cases over and over again. So his phones had been seized illegally, and he moves to suppress, any evidence from the phones. That motion is granted. Phones are not going to be in. I don't remember if he goes to trial or if he does a plea deal, but he gets convicted. And then at sentencing, he makes a motion for the return of his phones, right? They don't need his phone as evidence anymore, so you should go ahead and give them back to him. The Commonwealth opposes this because they say on the phone there are sexually explicit videos and photographs of the victim in the case. Now, there's no indication that these are non-consensual, that they are illegal in any way, that it's at all criminal for him to have them. There's no evidence that he's going to do anything with them, that there's going to be like a revenge porn or something like that. And nevertheless, though, Judge Bev grants the Commonwealth's motion to essentially wipe his phones before you return it to him. So no data there, all his family photos, all that stuff. It's going to get wiped out before it gets returned to him. That got reversed on appeal. That was held to be an abuse of discretion. And there was this very interesting language in it that I'll read to you. Regrettably, the Commonwealth's motion was unsupported by any affidavit. The hearing on the motion was non-evidentiary, and the judge made no findings of fact. Well, boy, did that ever take me back to the hearing we had on Turtle Boy, because that is pretty much exactly what happened in that same context. There was no factual basis made for what was being requested, just these representations of Mr. Lally that somehow it's going to affect their ability to tell the truth on the stand. But we didn't have affidavits from them. We didn't have any type of testimony about what the actual concern is, because part of what she has to do in that context is find there's no reasonable alternative that is less restrictive than taking away somebody's First Amendment right to be in the courtroom. So crazy to me that this is a mirror image. You went through this exact same situation, and I guess you didn't learn. You did the same exact thing.
Yeah.
Right. And I'll tell you, with those rulings, I'm like, even if, and obviously, right, what you would have expected is some affidavits from the witnesses saying, I will feel intimidated if he is there.
Yes.
But, short of that and her deciding to do this, it makes zero sense why she would have included the law enforcement witnesses. They're not intimidated. They're not going to.
I've got an update of that. Turtle Boy tweeted this morning that she's revised her ruling, and he's allowed to be in for Proctor.
There you go.
And one other, and I think Bukaki, whatever his real name is.
Jesus. So glad Jay missed
Nobody
that.
can remember the poor guy's real name.
I know. I mean, that thing's gonna stick
He
hard.
blushed laughing all the rest of the morning.
And I think Judge Bev is on Brian Walsh, right? I think she's sitting on that trial. I think she's the judge on that case. I thought I heard that somewhere.
I don't know.
It's in Dedham, so and that's a big one.
Let's see what's happening here.
All right, let's go. Let's check it out.
Blip.
Thank you. Will you please see the close back in session?
All right, your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Ms. Heather Maxon to the stand.
Okay.
So not getting into the McCabes.
No. Damn it.
Is this the ex-girlfriend? No.
I think so.
Oh.
Is it Maxon? Yeah, Heather Maxon, passenger in the same car as Ryan Nagel.
Wow. All right.
His ex.
I found Ryan credible.
All right,
personally.
whenever you're ready,
I
Mr.
thought
Lally.
Ryan was good.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Heather Maxon, Maxon.
And where do you live now?
Plainville,
And how long have you lived there?
my whole life.
Lip snacker.
Do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm a nanny,
And how long have you been doing that?
about 4 years.
Ma'am, if I could direct your attention to January 28th into January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those dates?
I do.
And do you recall what days of the week?
The weekend, Friday, Saturday.
And as far as the evening of the 28th, what, if any, plans or where were you on that evening?
I was with my boyfriend at the time, Ryan, and we were out in Canton at local bars.
And your boyfriend, Ryan, his last name is Nagel?
Correct.
And did he live in Canton at the time?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time it was that you left to go out to a bar that night?
I don't remember. No, sometime in the afternoon.
And who, if anyone, did you go with in addition to yourself and Mr.
Our other friend, Ricky
Nagel? So what's Ricky's last name?
Dantano,
And how do you know Ricky Dantano?
through Ryan.
He's friends with your boyfriend at the time, right?
Yeah, yes, correct.
And at that time, sort of end of January 2022, how long had you and Ryan been dating?
I'd say about a year.
And did you know at that time sort of his parents, his siblings, things like that?
I did, yes.
And how many siblings is Ryan?
2.
Brother and a sister?
Correct.
And what's the sister's name?
Julie?
Is she older or younger than Ryan?
Younger.
Now, at some point you said in the afternoon or so, you go out to somewhere in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall where is it that you went?
We were at C.F. McCarthy's.
And how did you get to, well, prior to going to C.F. McCarthy's, where were you?
At Ryan's in Canton.
And do you recall how you got from Ryan's house to C.F. McCarthy's?
I don't remember, no.
What I'm asking is, do you recall, did you drive, did Ryan drive, and how did you?
To C.F. McCarthy's? I drove.
And do you recall?
Where
if
were you
drove, do
sitting in the
recall where you
bar?
I don't.
C.F. McCarthy's, is that somewhere that you had been to before?
What did
Yes.
you drink?
Right.
And do you recall, generally speaking, when you came into C.F. McCarthy's, where it was that?
Why
you
is
went?
that important?
Can you rephrase the
Does
question?
anyone know
Where
why that?
within the
Like, what is that?
establishment, do you recall were you seated at the bar or at a table? Or,
the bar.
Was it a high top?
And if you know about how long a period of time were you at C.F. McCarthy's?
I don't recall.
And was it just sort of the three of you that were there?
Yes,
And fair to say you went out to a bar and you were drinking?
correct.
And do you recall what you were drinking?
I don't remember. It was probably a beer of some sort.
And same for Ryan and same for Ricky. Do you recall what they were drinking?
I don't recall, no.
This seems like it's
typically, would they
around
be
the
drinking
same
beer?
time that
Yeah,
Jono
I'd say so,
Cruz
yes.
or like the
So at
other
some
dudes,
point,
like Brian Albert,
you
were at
McCarthy's.
McCarthy's,
Yes.
right?
Do you recall
Weren't
where
they
you
around
went
there in the
following
same
C.F. McCarthy's?
same
They were at the
Hillside
hillside.
Hillside,
And
which
is
is
that
where they
the
go
same as well?
next.
Yes,
Yeah.
Is that somewhere that you had been to before as well?
yes.
And do you recall how you got from C.F. McCarthy's to the hillside?
Ricky drove us.
And drove you in what?
His truck.
Ooh,
And do you
She's a
recall
real
what
teeth
kind of
sucker.
truck or how big the truck
Real
was
teeth
or
sucker.
color or anything like
Yeah,
that?
you were late to the game on that.
I don't recall,
it's not
no.
a lip smack.
Ford, I
Teeth
believe.
sucker.
And so Ricky's driving. Where is it that you and Ryan are within sort of the cab area of the truck?
Ryan was sitting in the passenger seat and I was in the back seat.
In the back seat that you were seated in, can you describe that as far as what kind of back seat did the back? of the
What
truck?
kind of back seat?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Let me ask it a little bit better. The back of Ricky's truck where you were seated, is that sort of one long seat or is it cabin chairs or?
One long seat.
Now, you get to the hillside, you know about what time it was that you arrived at the hillside.
I don't remember.
And had, obviously the hillside as a bar as well, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you have more drinks there?
Probably, yeah.
And at any point in time during the course of, do you recall about how long it was that you were at the hillside?
I don't recall, no.
Do you recall about what time it was that you left?
Late.
And during the course of the time that you were at either C.F. McCarthy's or the hillside, as far as, was anybody from your group, as far as yourself, Ryan or Ricky, overly intoxicated in any way that you observed?
No.
When you went to the hillside, was it just the three of you again, or did you meet, or who, if anyone else, did you speak to or meet up with?
We met up with friends, yes.
And so a group of friends?
A group, yeah.
And do you know approximately how many people were in the group?
Maybe 2.
So a couple other people. And
Correct.
And when you left from the hillside, where did you go?
We went to pick Julie up from her friend's house.
And the friend's house that you were going to, is that someone that you knew?
No.
And is that a house that you had ever been to before?
No.
And as far as sort of take Ricky's truck again,
Correct.
and as far as the seating arrangements that you described earlier from C.F. McCarthy's to the hillside, what, if any, difference was there between hillside and the friend's house?
There was no difference. We were sitting in the same seats.
And do you recall, or do you know where now, sort of, that you've gone to the location, do you know where that friend's house was?
Can you rephrase? I'm sorry.
Following, leaving the hillside, going to the friend's house, you've never been there before, correct?
Correct.
And having now gone to the friend's house to pick up Julie, do you know where that friend's house is?
To this day?
Yes.
No.
Was it still within the town of Kent?
Yes.
You recall anything about the route that you took from the hillside to Julie's friend's house?
No. All I know is that we were taking a left onto the street of the house, where the house is located.
So as you're approaching the street where the house is located, Ricky's taking a left onto the street?
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall about that time period when Ricky's taking the left onto the street?
Could you rephrase the question?
Ricky's pulling up to the street.
Correct.
Is there a blinker or a directional that he uses prior to pulling onto the street?
I don't recall.
And you're making a left-hand turn, is that correct?
Correct.
And as Ricky is making a left-hand turn, what, if any, other vehicles do you observe in the area at that time?
There was another vehicle in front of us on the same road coming from the opposite direction.
And can you describe that vehicle in any way as far as size, shape, color, or anything?
Not the color, but it was definitely an SUV.
And as far as prior to either vehicle turning onto the road where his friend lived, what, if anything, did Ricky do with regard to the lights?
I'm sorry, I can hear you.
Over my teeth suck.
As you're pulling onto the street.
Couldn't hear you over there.
And the other car's coming the opposite direction. What, if anything, did Ricky do with regard to the lights on the truck that you were in?
The lights on the truck we were in?
Yes.
Well, we let the other car that was coming from the opposite direction, we let them take a right onto the street first. We yielded to them.
And yielded to them as, what, if anything, did Ricky do to signal to that other driver that they could go ahead?
How would she know?
He could have flashed his lights or put his blinker on. I don't recall.
Not remotely.
And from this other vehicle, as far as the interior of the vehicle, as you're yielding to this vehicle taking a right, what, if any, observations did you make of people inside that other vehicle?
I've noticed a male and a female in the car.
And where within the vehicle was the male and female that you observed situated or seated in the car?
The female was driving and the male was in the passenger seat.
And then beyond them being a male or female, what, if any, other sort of observations did you make of what they look like or anything like that?
No, I didn't make any other observations.
Let me ask it this way. Were they African-American, Caucasian?
Caucasian. Yeah, Caucasian.
So
Thanks, because
Caucasian
we were
female?
unsure who
Correct.
might be in that
Caucasian
vehicle.
male.
Correct.
And as far
The
as
jury wasn't
age or anything like that, could you tell anything in regard to that?
Not really, no.
And as far as your sort of differentiation between male versus female, what, if anything, did you observe about them that made you sort of characterize them that way?
Characterize them as a male and a female?
Yes.
Blonde hair and short hair.
So that vehicle pulls onto the street that you're going onto in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And Ricky then proceeds to make the left-hand turn?
Correct.
Now, as Ricky is driving down the street to wherever this friend's house is, where does that SUV that you observed making the turn, where does that go?
It was parked on the street outside a house.
And so as far as from the time that you're,
Jay, is that a teeth suck or a lip smash? man?
So
Teeth suck, I think
with
you're right.
regard
Thank
to,
you.
from the time that Ricky yields to that car coming in the opposite direction and the time that you pull up to the house, was that SUV in front of Ricky's truck for the entire time?
Yes.
And where did that vehicle go with relation to the house that you eventually stopped?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Did the SUV that was in front of you go to the same house?
Yes.
And when you get to the house, where was it that Ricky parked the truck in relation to the house?
Right outside the house, probably a little past the mailbox, past the driveway.
And when you make that turn from whatever street that is, onto the street where the friend's house is. About how long down the street did you go before Ricky pulled over in the area of that mailbox?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
And when Ricky comes to a stop in the area of that mailbox, or can you describe the distance sort of between where you are in Ricky's truck and where the vehicle is in front of you?
We were parked right behind it, just a couple feet, maybe.
And during the time that you were outside of that friend's house, did that car stay still or move or something?
It just stayed still.
So your memory is that the vehicle was essentially in the same place in front of you the entire time that you were there?
Correct.
And from that sort of vantage point from behind the vehicle, did you observe any sort of damage or anything to the rear of the vehicle as it was in front of you?
I did not.
And at any point in time, did you see anybody exit from that vehicle at any point?
No.
Did you see anybody exit from that vehicle and go toward the house?
No.
Now, as far as when you were pulling up to the house, what was the weather like at that point, if you recall?
It was snowing out.
And what, if anything, do you recall as far as sort of accumulation of that snow at that time?
It was a light snow, but it was sticking to the ground. It started to stick.
And as far as when you're pulling up behind that vehicle, did you observe any sort of marks in the snow from that vehicle?
No.
So no tire tracks or anything that you saw?
Well, tire tracks on the road, obviously, but other than that, no.
So tire tracks on the road in behind that vehicle, coming up to the point where it was parked?
Correct.
And around that vehicle, did you never observed anybody exit the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You also didn't observe any sort of footprints or anything like that in the snow around them?
Correct.
Now, following the time that you pull up in that area of the mailbox in front of the house, who, if anyone, came out of the house?
Julie did.
And where did she come when she came out of the house?
She walked right over to Ricky's truck.
And when she comes over to Ricky's truck, who, if anyone, did she speak with in the truck?
She was speaking to all three of us.
And at some point, did she get in the truck and did she go home with you or no?
No.
Where did she go after she left?
Back inside the house.
Did you see her sort of physically go back inside the house?
I did.
Is that something that your boyfriend at the time, Ryan, sort of specifically waited for her to get back in the house?
Possibly. I'm not sure.
Now, as far as, if you recall, when Julie came down to the truck and when Julie went back to the house, did she leave footprints in the snow or anything that you could see at that time?
I couldn't see, but I assume.
Nothing specifically that you saw?
Nothing specific, no.
Now, that time period that Julie was at the side.
Thanks for
of,
that,
Ricky's truck
Wally. That
talking
there
to
could have
all
been
three
footprints in
inside,
the snow,
about how long a
but
period
she
of
didn't see
time?
them.
Not long. I'd say 3, maybe 5 minutes.
Nice.
And in general terms, what was the discussion about?
Just chit chat. She invited us inside the home. And I had told her that I did not want to go inside. I was tired and it was late. Just wanted to get back home. So she was like, okay, went back in and we left.
And when you left, was that vehicle that was parked in front of you, was that in the same position as you initially described when you left?
Yes.
And do you recall, as far as Ricky pulling away from the curb or pulling away from the house to go home, did he have to sort of back out to get around it or no?
I don't recall.
And when you left, was that vehicle basically, as you're pulling away, that vehicle's in the same position, correct?
Correct.
Now, that vehicle that was parked in front of you, was it running or could you tell?
I could tell that it was running, yes. The lights were on.
And which lights were on?
The, headlights, taillights, the inside car lights were also on.
Now, as far as you're pulling away from that house and heading off to home, which way were you facing as you came away from the house?
Could you rephrase?
Let me ask a different question. So when you pull up alongside of the house, which side of Ricky's truck is facing closer to the house? Is it the driver's side, the passenger side, or something?
The passenger side.
Because there is
And
a
so
something else
as the
there.
vehicle is pulling away, you're pulling away in the same direction?
Correct.
The passenger side, excuse me, still facing the house as you're pulling away?
Yes.
And you were looking let me ask you this, as far as when Julie left the truck and went back in the house, was she fully inside the house at the time that the truck was pulling away?
Yes.
And so when the truck is pulling away, where are you facing and sort of what are you looking at as you are passing by the house and passing by the SUV?
I was looking out the passenger side window, so facing the house.
And as you go past the SUV, what, if anything, did you observe within the SUV?
I observed the female in the driver's seat.
Wow.
And appear to be the same female that you observed as you were turning onto the road of Julie's friend's house?
Correct.
And what, if anything, did you observe the female in the, where was she in the vehicle?
The driver's side.
So still in the driver's seat as you had observed earlier?
Correct.
And what, if anything else, could you see as far as the driver, as far as what was she doing or anything like that?
I didn't observe anything else. She was just sitting there.
And as far as you were passing, what, if anything, did you note as far as the sort of interior lighting within the vehicle?
She said
Yes,
it
the
was
interior
on.
lighting was on. So that's why I had noticed as we were pulling away the female in the driver's seat.
As far as the male passenger that you saw as you were pulling onto the street, could you see him at that point?
I did not see any other person, just the female in the driver's seat.
And as you're passing by the vehicle, did you adjust how intently were you looking inside the vehicle?
Not very intently, just kind of as we were passing by.
You didn't sort of change your positioning to see
He's
better
gone.
within the vehicle? You didn't lean forward, lean back, or anything like that?
No.
And after you left that house, where did you go from there?
Back to Ryan's.
Is that where you spent the night?
Correct.
That matters because creepy.
I may have a moment.
Okay.
Wow. I have to say, he's like definitely establishing that this person got out of the vehicle when they did not see and was clearly gone,
You know about
because
what
if he
time
was
it was
still
that you got home?
standing there as
I
they're
don't
driving
recall.
by, as they're
By home, I
watching
mean
it,
back to-
they would have
back to
seen
Ryan's
it.
Back to Ryan's. No, I don't remember.
Is he hiding? Is he hiding?
Well, are they not saying that he got out,
Just one moment.
they left, and then the incident happened? Is that not what they're saying?
Well, it is, but they don't even see him around the vehicle. So
Thank you,
clearly
ma'am. I have no further questions for this
he
witness.
could have
Your Honor.
gotten out, and 5
went
minutes is a
somewhere.
very long time.
Yes.
Thank you. Hello, Ms.
They're
Madison.
trying to, the state's
The first time you were
trying-
ever
wait,
interviewed
pause it a
about
sec.
this case by law enforcement was
the Commonwealth's trying to establish that he had literally just gotten out of the vehicle as they're leaving. So this whole thing happened after they left. But I think it equally establishes that he was out of the vehicle and out of the vicinity of the vehicle by the time they left.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's getting at, because with Ryan, he was trying to make it seem like he didn't have a good view. Like he didn't really look in. He didn't look over thoroughly into the cab of the Lexus. So like
I was almost
implying
expecting
that
her to
Tommy
say
Keith
she
was in
saw
there
him.
and he didn't see him. I don't know.
Right. I mean, I was actually almost anticipating this witness to be like, no, I'm pretty sure I saw the guy still in the car. So when she says he's also gone, I also never saw anybody get out, but he's also gone as we're leaving. And
Right.
Somebody tell me, if there are two people ahead of you for 3 to 5 minutes having a all balls out argument in the car, you're taking notice. What are they?
Yes.
Sitting there peacefully, just having a little prayer session this whole time that they're behind them?
Yeah, you would think you would see it. All right, I'm gonna kick it up to 1.25. We're not that far behind, so we might catch up. But I'm
Okay.
gonna kick up the speed a little bit. We've had some requests.
Let's find out if she just got interviewed for the first time last week.
Right, let's go.
September 1st, 2023. Is that right?
Correct.
So you were not interviewed at or around February 7th when Ryan was.
No.
February 7th, 2022.
Right.
All So it was a full 19 months after the events in question that you were first contacted by law enforcement.
Correct.
And you gave your statement for the first time at that point.
Correct.
The truck that you were in, I can't remember, did you say the name of the truck? Was it a Ford F-150?
Correct.
Okay. That was turning left onto Fairview from Cedar Crest. You recall that?
Correct, yes.
Do you know the names of the streets, or you just?
I don't know the names of the streets. No, yeah, I'm not familiar with the town of Canton.
So, okay, that was my next question. If I showed you a map, for instance, that would really do you good because you don't know the street names.
Yeah, no.
Fair enough. Ricky was driving, Ryan was in the front passenger seat, and you were in the super cab portion of the truck, correct?
Correct.
So you would have been situated directly behind Ryan.
I was in the middle.
In the middle seat.
Correct. So I was in between Ryan and Ricky.
Understood. Did you indicate that at some point you could see pretty clearly into the SUV as it turned, as y'all yielded way, and then it turned, it would be its right in front of you?
Correct.
And you could clearly see inside the passenger compartment, there was a female driving, is that right?
Correct.
And there was a male sitting next to her.
Yes.
You indicated that by the time you guys negotiated your turn, sped up, made the turn, headed up Fairview, that SUV had already come to a stop.
Correct.
All right. And how far behind that SUV would you estimate Ricky pulled the truck in terms of car lengths? 1 car length, 2 car lengths, right on the bumper?
Yeah, less than 1 car length.
Okay,
I would say a couple feet.
Couple feet, meaning 2 or 3 feet?
Yes.
So that's your recollection as you sit here?
Correct.
Did you notice anything wrong with the back of the SUV?
I did not.
Okay. You saw brake lights on?
Yeah.
How many brake lights? Left and right?
Correct. Yep.
Was there one in the top center?
I don't recall.
Okay. You certainly did not see a full-sized Jeep Wrangler outfitted with a snowplow between the SUV and Ricky's truck.
I did not.
Sounds like a ridiculous question. You didn't see any other cars. There were no other cars between the two.
Correct.
Is it fair to say that when you pulled up behind the SUV, other than noting that it was there, your attention was not necessarily focused on that SUV?
Correct.
There's nothing
Sounds like Higgins
extraordinary
hit
or out of
this
the ordinary
person.
about that car.
Hit John
You were
O'Keefe.
there to pick up somebody, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Or at least potentially.
Snowplow
So I'm
scratches.
guessing your focus would probably be to the right where the front doors were of that house.
Sure.
And you knew that Ryan had been communicating with his sister, and so you were sort of expectant in terms of watching Julie Nagel possibly come out of the house.
Correct.
So during those moments, you weren't necessarily paying attention to what was happening directly in front of you outside.
Right.
You indicated that you believe that the chit chat that happened with Julie Nagel up at the truck was about 5 minutes.
Give or take.
Okay. At that point, was one of the doors opened?
I don't believe so. I think we rolled our windows down
Okay.
to communicate.
I'm so sorry.
We rolled our windows down to communicate with Julie.
Okay, so you don't recall one of the doors being opened and Julie standing in the crook of the door having this conversation with Ryan?
I don't recall.
Okay. Is that possible?
Sure, possible.
Okay. Your memory is
Nice.
not necessarily focused on that.
Right.
But you do know that there was a communication.
Yes, for sure.
They were talking about whether or not you wanted to go inside the house.
All 3 of us.
Okay. You, Ricky, and Ryan.
Yes.
And y'all were talking about whether or not Julie was going to come with y'all. Is that right?
Correct.
And there was even a discussion about whether or not Julie's mom might pick her up.
I don't recall.
Okay. So the specifics of the conversation you don't necessarily recall, but you do know that y'all talked about 5 minutes.
Give or take, yes.
During the course of that 5-minute conversation, where was your focus?
On Julie.
Okay. Ultimately, the 3 of you did pull away from the driveway area where you were parked.
Could you rephrase?
Sure. Ultimately, y'all did move, the truck did move past the house and move past the SUV.
Once we left, yes.
As you drove by the SUV, you noticed that the dome light was on.
Could you explain the dome, what that
Dome
means?
light, the interior light.
Yes.
Dome.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait,
So you
wait,
could see
did
without
she
the
just
interior
say
light.
she
So
watched
the
the
late
car
model SUV,
move?
Probably a pretty bright light. You could see inside the car.
I could.
You clearly could see, well, you could see a female.
Correct.
By the way, do you recognize the person to my left?
I do, but only because of.
That was a terrible question. Of course you did. Do you recognize her from that night? Is she the person that was in the driver's seat, or do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. But the person you did see was a Caucasian female with long hair.
Correct.
As you drove by, the interior light was on well enough that you could see her, but you could see the female clearly.
Correct.
And you could also see that there was no male in the truck as well, correct?
I don't know. The other male that I saw in the SUV before they pulled on to Fairview,
Correct.
he could have been in when it was parked, but the only person I saw as we were pulling away was the female driver.
So when you pulled away, you looked to your right as your passenger window.
Correct.
The interior dome light was on.
Yes.
And you've testified to this before, correct?
Correct.
You've been asked these questions in another proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And you testified the only person you saw in the interior of that car at that time when y'all pulled away was the female.
Okay.
Is that right?
Sure, if I remember correctly.
Okay, that's all I have.
Mr. Lally?
Yeah, I love Ajax y'alls too. I'm a big y'all guy.
So, Ms. Macklin, during
I've
the time
never
you
been a-
were asked about not
I'm a
sort of
y'all.
focusing on the SUV in front of you, fair to say that you would have seen a 6-foot man walking away from that car going towards the house?
Correct.
Okay. You were in a vantage point where you would have seen that had that occurred, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see that?
I did not.
Okay. Nothing further on.
All right, so you are all set, Ms. Maxon.
Okay, thank you.
But she also didn't
next
see a
witness, Mr. Lally?
6-foot man standing outside of
Yes,
the
Your Honor,
car.
Commonwealth to call Ricky D'Antono.
Yeah. Oh, here comes
No one
Ricky.
can say this guy's last name right.
No, I think that was right, Dantano.
All right, so that was at 1.25. I need a show of hands. I saw some people saying it's going too fast. I saw some people saying it's good. It's definitely sped up. Like people were talking about 2.0. Can you imagine what that would have sounded like?
I think 1.25 is fine. I always listen to it
we're
in 1.5.
we're pretty close to like real time. So,
All right, so then leave it.
well, I got it back to normal.
Pastor Lally. Important during the case down here, and shoot the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
We tried at 1.25 for Lally. He is.
I'm going with
Whenever you're ready,
Higgins
Mr. Lally.
So's Teresa. She's on board.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
Excuse me. Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Richard D'Antono, D''A''N''T''UONO.
And Mr. D'Antono, where do you live?
In Canton.
And how long have you lived here?
My whole life, 30 years.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for?
I do flooring.
How long have you been doing that?
I'd say 2 years.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th into the early morning of January 29th,
I'm slow.
2022. Do you recall those days?
Yeah.
And do you recall what days of the week those were?
The weekend,
And do you recall whether or not you worked that day?
I don't.
And at some point in time on that day, did you go out for the evening, leave your house, or go?
Yes.
And
Can
did
we
you
skip
drive from your
McCarthy's
house
on
to
the
wherever you
hillside?
went?
No, we
Yes.
can't.
What
gotta
kind
go
of car
through
did you have at that time?
A pickup truck,
Where were you sitting?
Specifically, what kind of pickup truck?
Ford F-150,
Can you explain the
And
back?
what color was that?
Describe it.
dark gray.
And
How did the
interior
rear
of
doors
your pickup
open?
truck,
Kind of a
as far as
triangle.
Front seat, back seat, can you describe to the jury what that looked like?
There's 2 front seats and a bench seat in the back. It has the suicide doors.
And when you left your house in your F-150, where did you initially go?
I went to a place in Canton called CF McCarthy's.
And did you pick up anyone on the way there?
And where did you sit?
I did not. I met people there.
And CF McCarthy's, that's a place that you've been to before, is that correct?
Correct.
Familiar with it on that night?
Yeah.
Where did you park your truck in relation to CF McCarthy's?
I wouldn't know that for sure.
Is there a Walgreens lot somewhere around there?
Yeah, right
This
across.
doesn't matter.
Shit.
Normally, when you went there, that's sort of where you would have parked in relation to the car.
Usually, yeah.
I wish the judge would
So
give him
CF
another
McCarthy's
let's
is
move on.
located on Washington Street, is that right?
Yes.
Love let's
Was it
move
in the
on.
downtown section?
Yep.
I've only heard one
And
to the state.
when you say where we would have
Commonwealth.
parked, so who, if anyone, were you meeting at CF McCarthy's on that?
I was meeting Ryan and Heather.
And just to be clear, you're talking about Ryan Nagel and Heather Max.
Correct.
How did you know Ryan Nagel?
I grew up with Ryan, so I've known him for a long time.
He's my
How
boy.
would you sort of describe it through your relationship?
Best friends.
He's my boy.
And Heather Maxon, how did you know her?
Through Ryan. They
He's
were
my
dating.
boy's girl. Ex.
And do you know about how long they had been dating coming into sort of that time frame of that evening?
I mean, haven't we
Oh,
established
I
this
objection
don't,
already?
relevant.
not an exact time.
Like, who gives a shit?
And so you
Jay, do
come
you
into
give a
CF
shit?
McCarthy's, and do you recall sort of where within the establishment you went?
It's more for the defense to
Probably sat
establish
at the
that,
bar, I
you
would
know,
assume.
she's got some allegiance to
And when you went
the
there that
brother
evening,
of
do you
the
recall,
sister of her ex.
did you meet anybody else there, or was it just you, Mr. Nagel, and Ms. Max?
I can really only recall us 3. I mean, there might have been people there, but we didn't meet up with them. They might have just been there already.
So no one specifically you had plans to meet with while you were there or anything like that?
No,
Know about what time it was that you got to see if McCarthy?
not a definite time, but maybe mid-afternoon.
And as far as you went out to a bar, do you recall sort of what either you, Ryan, or Miss Maxon had to drink that evening?
Usually just a few beers is all we would drink. Nothing else but that.
And did you
Guys.
have any drinks that evening?
I had a few,
If any
yeah.
of you have tried to get a word in edgewise with
what-
three
what was it
attorneys,
typically
cut me some slack, please.
Any particular kind
He's
of
taking
beer?
a vacation, blame it on
I
us.
would assume Bud Lights, I guess.
Now, do you know about how long it was that you were at CF McCarthy?
Not an exact time again, but a couple hours.
And after that couple hours or so, where did you go?
We went to another place in Canton called Hillside.
And just to be clear, when you say we, you mean yourself, Mr. Nagel, and Ms. Maxon?
Yeah, I drove us three.
So you drove all three of you in your F-150 pickup.
Yes.
And about how long a ride is that from CF McCarthy to the Hillside?
I'd say 10.
And just to be clear, 10 minutes, is that right?
Yeah, 10 minutes. Yes.
Is that also within Canton too?
Yep.
Is that somewhere that you had been before, somewhere that you were familiar with?
Yeah.
And similar to CF McCarthy's, when you arrived there, as far as was there anybody else that you were meeting there, or why did you go to the Hillside?
We met up with our one friend, John.
So adding sort of just another person to the group and going to a different location, is that correct?
Yeah.
Now, as far as over the course of the evening, either at CF McCarthy's or the Hillside, as far as yourself, Mr. Nagel and Ms. Maxon, what, if any, observations did you make as far as level of intoxication? Was anybody overly intoxicated?
No.
And if you know, about how long a time period were you at the Hillside?
As if they were legitimately
I would
worried
say a
about
few
him.
hours again.
Anything either from CF McCarthy's
We
or
were
the
all
Hillside
shit
from that
faced.
evening that sort of
Next
jumps out
question.
at you in any particular way?
Yeah, by the way, he was the one driving, so I
So
recant my drunk
relatively
driving statement about
regular sort of
Ryan.
weekend
Nagel.
night out with.
I'm gonna have to take the fifth on that one there. That question.
No, but Ryan did say
When
he had
you
been drinking.
left the
that this
Hillside, you
guy
know
had
about
been
what time
drinking.
now?
Yeah.
The rat.
Again, not a definite time. Maybe around midnight.
And when you left the Hillside, where was it that you were going?
To pick up Ryan's sister, Julie.
And if you know, how did that sort of come about as far as when did you become aware that that was a destination that you would be going?
I would say towards the end of the night, I was told that we would be giving her a ride on our way home.
And so you leave the Hillside, you get into your pickup, is that right?
Yep.
And Mr. Nagel and Ms. Maxon are with you?
Correct.
And where were they seated within the pickup when you arrived?
Ryan was in my passenger seat and Heather was in the back.
And do you recall sort of how she was positioned in the back as far as on the passenger side, the middle, or the driver's side?
Not specifically. I vaguely remember her maybe laying down.
And,
She's asleep.
When you're going from the Hillside to pick up Julie Nagel, you knew Julie Nagel at the time, is that right?
Correct.
Did you know the location where you were going to pick her up?
Not the exact location, but the area.
And by area, sort of what was described to you as where to drive?
I believe towards the Kennedy School.
And the Kennedy School is at an elementary school?
Yeah.
You're familiar with that as growing up in the town of
The
Canton.
last witness who just testified.
And
who's
so
laying
if you
down.
could describe to the jury sort of the route that you would have taken going from the Hillside to the Kennedy School or in that general area.
Yeah, I would have taken 138, which is, I believe, Turnpike Street, a right onto Washington Street, and then a right onto Dedham Street, and then a left onto Cedar Crest.
Dedham.
And I believe a left onto Fairview.
And those last couple of turns that you took as far as the left, was that something that you knew ahead of time, or was someone within the truck directing you how to go?
I knew up until Cedar Crest.
And then who was directing you from there?
I believe Ryan would be.
Now, when you arrive at taking that turn from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, What, if any, other vehicles did you observe in the area at that time?
While driving,
Yes, while driving as you were about to make the turn.
no vehicles that I could recall.
After making that turn onto Fairview, what, if any, vehicles did you observe at that time?
There was a vehicle parked in front of me, in front of the house.
It's different
Now,
testimony.
As far as making that turn, you were using your directional as you're driving along, taking lefts and rights.
I would assume so, yeah.
And do you assume that you turned on your left directional before pulling from Cedar
Can we
Crest?
just call it a turn signal?
Yeah.
And when you.
It's so important, he's got to say it twice.
When you make that turn from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, how far into the street was the house that you were going?
Like 20 seconds, maybe. I don't.
What I'm asking is basically, was it the first house as you come in, or did you drive the whole street in order to get to the
Worst
house?
question
How
I've ever
close to
heard.
Cedar Crest was
Just
it?
another
I think it's a
confused
couple
witness.
houses on the right.
Huh?
So there's a couple houses on the right-hand side?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I
the
mean, it
right-hand
sounds
side
like
from
the
your
only
perspective
other
would be the
vehicle
passenger side or the driver's side, or what?
in that area.
The
taken.
passenger side.
And when you get in the area of the house, you park at some point?
Yes.
And where was it in relation to the house that you parked the truck?
Right in front of the driveway.
Now, you mentioned that there was another vehicle that was parked in front of the house as well, is that correct?
Correct.
Where was that vehicle in relation to where you parked?
I would say maybe 10, 20 yards in front of me.
And so from the 10, 20 yards or so in front of you, you could observe that vehicle?
I could.
And from your vantage point where you're seated in your truck behind the vehicle, what, if any, damage or anything did you observe to the vehicle at that time?
None.
And as far as you could tell, was the vehicle running or off or something?
I believe running.
And what about your observations of the vehicle leads you to believe that it was running?
There were either tail lights or brake lights. I'm not sure which ones.
He said 10 to 20 yards. Are we talking
I'm sorry,
30
could you
to
repeat that?
60 feet?
It was either tail lights or brake lights, but I'm not sure which ones they were.
Good mathing, Al.
And that was on the back of the vehicle, is that right?
Correct.
And how many sort of brake lights did you observe on the vehicle?
I would assume 2.
The left and right, did you observe anything sort of in the middle of the vehicle? No. And during the time that you were behind this vehicle, at any point in time, did you observe anybody get out of it?
I did not.
And from where you were situated behind the vehicle at this initial sort of point when you pull up about 20 or so yards behind it, could you see any lights on inside of the vehicle?
I could not.
Now, when you arrive at the house and park sort of in the area of the driveway, at some point, does Ryan reach out to his sister Julie?
I believe so.
And at some point, does Julie come out of the house?
Yes.
And if you know about how long a period of time we're talking about from the time that you pull up and park and the time that Julie comes out of the house?
Very quickly.
And when she comes out of the house, where is it that she comes to?
To my passenger window.
Now, as far as at this time that you had left the hillside and you're driving over to your sister's friend's house, what do you recall about sort of the weather and what was it doing at that point?
I believe it just started to snow.
And as far as the snow was concerned, what, if any, observations did you make as far as accumulation was concerned?
I believe it was starting to stick.
Now, as far as that vehicle that was in front of you, what, if anything, did you observe within the snow on the street that was starting to stick in behind that vehicle?
I didn't observe it.
Did you see any tire marks or anything like that leading up to the back of the vehicle?
Objection.
Not that I can remember.
Just said he didn't observe
Now,
it.
when Julie came out of the house, she walked on foot from the house to the truck, correct?
Correct.
And as far as from her path, either to the truck or back from the truck to the house, did you observe any sort of footprints or anything like that she left in the snow while she was walking?
No.
Now, when she comes to the truck, did you recall?
Was
how
God
it was,
carrying her?
You obviously, there's some conversation, correct?
Correct.
And prior to her coming up to the truck, was there music on, radio on, anything like that?
Maybe while driving there, but I don't believe while we talked.
So that
I
would've
don't know
been
how he
something somebody
thinks
would've
that's
toned
helping
down in
him.
order to have a
I
conversation.
Were you listening
honestly
to
don't.
Sweet Caroline on a
Correct.
loop?
And when she comes up. to
You
the
would have
side of
heard the
truck, do you
door
remember how
slam,
it
the
was
guy
that
getting
she
out, something like that.
Burst.
Yes, they also would have
or
heard them
anyone in the
screaming
vehicle
and
who burst
fighting
that there was this,
in
Yeah.
violent rage.
No.
Through
Yeah.
the open passenger window.
Recall whether or not the passenger side door of the truck was opened at any time by Ryan or anybody else?
Nope.
Wow,
You
very
don't
different
recall where it
stories.
was?
I don't believe it was.
Now, in your truck, when you open the passenger side door, what if anything occurs with regard to the lighting with inside the truck?
I believe the interior light would pop on.
Which
And
would also make
where
it
would that
harder for
interior
them to
light be
see what's
within-
going on in the
within
car ahead of
relation
them.
to sort of the interior? Is that in driver's side, passenger side, center, or something?
I think center roof.
Now,
It's Matt Damon.
the conversation with Julie about how long did that take place, or how long did that go on?
I would say maybe 2 minutes.
And if you recall, just in general terms, what was sort of the discussion about?
That she no longer was going to take the ride and asked if we wanted to come in.
And did yourself or anybody else from your group express any interest in going in this house?
No.
And as far as you were aware, were there other arrangements that Ms. Nagel and Julie had made for getting home that night?
I wasn't aware of her arrangement of getting home, no.
So she leaves and she goes back to the house, is that right?
Correct.
When, in relation to when you left, had she already gone back inside the house? Did you see her go in the house?
I did not watch her go back inside.
And when you are leaving from this house on Fairview, again, your passenger side is what's most directly facing the house, is that right?
Correct.
The vehicle that was in front of you, that's facing in the same direction, is that correct?
Correct.
So the passenger side of that vehicle would also be facing towards the house, correct?
Correct.
And when you pulled away from the curb, do you recall whether or not you had to sort of back up in order to pull around it or not?
I did not have to back up.
Now, while you were, so you just sort of pull away from the curb, is that correct?
Correct.
So when you're behind this vehicle, did the vehicle stay sort of stagnant in the same place, or did it move, or what, if anything, did you observe as far as that vehicle in front?
It might be guessing at the time, but I would believe it stayed where it was.
So do you recall anything, so you don't recall anything specific about that vehicle move?
I do not.
And as far as the vehicle itself, did you observe anything about sort of the occupants of the vehicle or anything like that?
I did not.
Now, as you're pulling away from the vehicle, where was your attention sort of focused as you were pulling away?
I believe my side view mirror and then on the road.
You're looking in your side view mirror to see if there's any other vehicles coming up on your left, correct?
Correct.
And then you're looking at through the windshield because you're driving a car, correct?
Correct.
And at any point in time that you were outside of that residence, at any point, did you observe anybody get up out of that vehicle or exit that vehicle or go toward the house from that vehicle or come from the house toward that?
I don't believe so.
Compound.
Just one moment, John.
Okay.
All I'm thinking is if I'm at a bar with my friend.
Let me just ask you a couple questions. John, with the court's permission, if I could publish just a couple of
Oh
photographs.
God, we got to do the photos
Okay.
again.
All right, before we move into the photos, let's hear Jay's comment because
Ms.
he's
Gilman,
been
if I
so
could
quiet.
have Exhibit number 71.
Pause it, Bay.
Okay.
It's okay.
No.
Keep it going. It's okay.
Pause.
Now he's
I was
killing
just
the
saying, if I'm this guy, I'm at a bar, I'm having some drinks. My friend is like, "Hey, can we? It's about to be a snowstorm, but is it cool if we go to pick up my sister?" I drive to my sister to the sister, and then she's like, "Nah, I'm staying here.
Good.
And now you're in a murder trial. Now you're a witness in a murder trial. Oh, I would be so mad. This is why
No
I tell you,
good
folks,
deed.
don't go outside. Stay home. Don't do things. It's always better if you just stay home.
It is much safer if you stay home. There's no denying that fact. That's for certain.
I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you a couple questions about the photograph that's up on the screen, but first, what I want to draw your attention to.
Why don't you show the one that
desk in front of you is a laser pointer.
had the full thing?
Right, yes. If you just press that button and
See how Ricky uses a laser pointer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So with respect to the photograph, exhibit 71 that's up on the screen, you recognize.
You know,
in that
pause it one
photograph?
second. Because I don't want to forget this. I really thought that AJ missed an opportunity when the brother said she crossed a portion of the yard and then continued down the driveway.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I can't point it out, but that little corner between that side door.
Right here.
Yeah, instead of making the 90-degree turn, yes, it does make sense. You would just cut across the grass.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
Right by the mailbox.
Or even if you went this way, but you'd probably go this way. But even if you went that way, you're still cutting across enough of it. But,
Yeah, why? I don't know why they keep using this picture with all this snow. It's
right.
ridiculous.
You know exactly why they keep using this picture.
It's just but why the defense is not objecting and making the judge have the witnesses use a picture that doesn't,
represent what it looked like. At that time.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Is that the house of Julie's friend that you went to potentially go pick her up and eventually she went back and stopped?
Correct.
And within this particular photograph, you see the area where you had parked your truck during this time that you were talking about in your testimony.
I do.
And if you could, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where in the photograph is.
Right in front of the driveway, right there.
Now, also within this photograph, you see the general area where you observed that SUV.
See, he should be showing the other picture for this.
I would say, if I had to guess, I would say maybe half of the vehicle.
So it's probably a little bit further towards the left of this photograph, correct?
Had to guess.
Correct.
Objection.
If I could have it, exhibit number
Just
7.
that he's guessing. Where is our
again,
little
you
friendly
recognize
Bev
what's
with
on
the
screen?
don't guess?
And this is the same house that we were talking about in the last exhibit.
Correct.
So from this photograph,
Can you give me a guess?
see the area where you observed the SUV in relation to your truck that evening that you were parked out in front of the house.
I believe so, yeah.
And again, if you could start using the laser pointer you have before you direct the jury's attention to where about that.
Like right around that, I'd say.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Just one moment, Sharon.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further for this witness.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So you were driving the vehicle that arrived at 34 Fairview to pick up Ryan Nagel's sister, Julie, correct?
Correct.
And you had met Julie prior to that date, obviously, correct?
Correct.
You had been over the Nagel home several times since the two of you had met years and years ago, correct?
Correct.
This was your best friend's sister, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got there?
Not the exact time.
Approximate?
I would say around midnight.
Are you sure? And you now know, as you testify here today, that you were outside the residence in back of a black SUV that was driven by Karen Reed, correct?
I do not know that based off my knowledge.
Not your personal knowledge, but you now
Your
know
knowledge
it's
of
pretty
the
much common
this
knowledge,
case.
correct?
I guess so.
And in fact, that black SUV was parked directly in front of yours, in front of the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
And while you were there, you never observed that black SUV strike anyone, correct?
Correct.
You never heard any arguing outside of the
Thank you.
residence of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And possessing that information as you did on January 29th, were you interviewed by any state police investigator regarding this case on January 29th?
On that day?
Right.
No.
What about the next day or the rest of January or any day in February of 2022? Did the state police come to interview you about the information that you had as the driver of that vehicle?
No.
In fact, isn't it true that no investigator from the state police or the district attorney's office interviewed you anytime during the entire year of 2022?
Correct.
And that the first time you spoke to any official, it was not from the district attorney's office and not from the defense in this case, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can word this differently, Ms.
The
Giannini.
feds.
Okay. The first time you gave a statement to anyone, it was not Mr. Lally or the state police, and it was not the defense in this case, correct?
Correct.
And that was on May 16th of 2023?
Which time would that be?
First time you gave a statement, sir.
Could
May
have said it was
16th of
to an
2023.
entirely
Does that
different
sound
police
correct?
agency.
Around that time it would be.
Okay, and you know, today is May 15th of 2024, right?
Yeah.
So just about a year ago.
Are you
Was
sure?
the first time that you gave any statement about your memory of what occurred on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that your memory of what occurred on January 29th was the freshest when you got up that day, later that morning, correct?
The next morning after the 29th?
Yes.
Correct.
Right. And you'd agree with me that, your memory would have remained fresh for a period of time, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that over time, your memory becomes less fresh, right?
I would agree.
And it's not just you, it's everybody, correct?
Correct.
Objection.
Yeah, but let's move on from this.
Sure. And you were first asked about your memory about what was clearly over a year after January 29th, I suppose February, March, April, maybe about 16 months after the events that you were asked to describe, right?
Correct.
And then it was only after you talked to someone else, again, not the prosecution or the defense.
Objection, Your Honor.
Christina, why don't I see you sidebar, just so we don't keep getting interrupted here.
Sidebar.
She doesn't like the form of these questions. This form is all bad, but for Lally to ask a gazillion compounds is not a problem at all.
No, it's probably just that it's trying to allude to the feds part, I'm assuming, but
Yeah, he's sniffing around it. He's
Bob, you could probably fast forward this.
Oh yeah. Thanks, Shay.
You got it.
someone's got to stay on top of this guy.
Still.
Entire.
Boop. Let's
this.
God damn it.
There you go.
There we go. That was not with J-level precision.
So I was just going to ask you, the first time that you were approached by the state police regarding this case was September 2nd of 2023, correct?
Around that time, correct, yeah.
Right. And that would have been 5 months after the first time you were approached, and it would have been.
Do you have a dog issue there, Jay?
Yeah, UPS driver.
January 29th of
Dogs went crazy.
2022.
Bob, if you use
Correct.
the arrow key on your keypad,
Now,
you can fast forward by 5
you
seconds. That's how I do it.
Drove your
It's
own
amazing.
Ford
Thanks, Jay.
F-150 to 34 Fairview,
Dan taught me
correct?
that. Ricky Cougar.
Correct.
And the plan was to,
told Bob
again,
that
to pick up
before.
Brian's sister Julie, correct?
I forgot.
Correct.
And the entire time you were in the car, from when you left to go to 34 Fairview until you're now leaving 34 Fairview to go home, that driving arrangement was the same. In other words, you in the driver's seat, Ryan in the front passenger seat, and Heather in the back, correct?
Correct.
And at
Do you
some point
recall
laying down.
whether Heather was behind the passenger, Ryan, when she was sitting in the back?
I do not recall.
So you don't recall where she was in that back cab?
No.
Come on. Remember, he said she laid down at a period.
You do recall that strike that. As you're approaching the residence, you don't have a memory of coming face to face with a black SUV or any other vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You're not saying it didn't happen, you just don't recall that, correct?
Correct.
And in any case, your memory, your best memory is that when you got there, the black SUV, and by the way, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Do you recall it as a black SUV or?
I do.
Okay. When you got there, your best memory is that the black SUV was already parked outside the residence, correct?
Correct.
And it was facing in the same direction that you were facing as you approached the residence.
Yes.
Which means, and you're from Canton, correct?
Correct.
You came from the Cedar Crest side and you were facing toward the Chapman Street side, correct?
Correct.
Same with the black SUV.
Correct.
And it appeared to be parked properly next to the property, correct?
Mine?
No, the black SUV.
Yeah.
It wasn't parked at some crazy angle, correct?
Correct.
It didn't appear to have struck anything on the side of the road when it was parked, right?
Correct.
There was nothing unusual about the way it was parked.
No.
And when it was parked out there and you approached the residence, is it fair to say that there was far less snow on the ground than what we saw in Exhibits 71 and 72 that were shown to you by Mr. Lally on direct examination?
Correct.
Those photographs appeared to have been taken after the snowstorm, correct? At some point?
I would assume, yeah.
Because there's a decent amount of snow on the ground there, correct?
Correct.
But as you're pulling up to the house, it had only started snowing around that time?
I would say there was a dusting on the lawn, yeah.
So it was starting to accumulate, but there weren't inches and inches of snow, correct?
Correct.
Such a problem
Your
for the
best memory
Commonwealth.
is that the SUV was about 20 yards in front of you?
Give or take, yeah.
In terms of, just to get your estimation of what 20 yards is, would it have been farther than where you are now to where the court officer is standing behind the jury box, or is that a good approximation?
To the best of my knowledge, I would say maybe a little farther.
A little further.
Maybe.
And there was nothing obstructing your view as you sat in the driver's seat of your Ford F-150 of the back of that black SUV, correct?
Correct.
You did not see, for instance, a Jeep with a snowplow on the front parked in between you.
I did not.
And in fact, you didn't see a Jeep with a snowplow parked anywhere on the property that you recall, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
And you didn't see any other vehicles parked along the property line other than yourself and the black SUV, correct?
Correct.
When you first pulled up, do you recall if, and I know these questions are somewhat unfair because we're talking about 2.5 years later, but when you first pulled up, do you recall whether the red taillights of the black SUV were lit up?
I would say to signal that the car was on, yes. I don't know if they were brake light or just normal tail light.
Gotcha, okay. And so you're surmising that some lights had to be on because your memory is that car was on.
Correct.
And with regard to the lighting in that area, did you have your headlights on when you were out there?
I believe so. I don't think I would have shut them off.
Right, you would have been driving with your headlights on as you were going down Cedar Crest and taking a left onto Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And your car was still running when you pulled up to the house and parked, correct?
Correct.
And you would have left it running because your intention was, or your expectation was, that Julie Nagel was going to get in your car, correct?
Correct.
That was the whole reason you were there.
Correct.
And your expectation was that there didn't need to be a tremendously long discussion when Julie came out of the house, right? You expected her to just jump in the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
So that's why you say that there would have been no reason to turn your your headlights off, correct?
Correct.
All right. So your headlights being on, they would have been focused really right on the rear of that black SUV that was in front of you, correct?
I would assume so, yeah.
Because there was nothing to block your view of the black SUV, right?
Correct.
And you did not notice any broken taillight to that SUV, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, but I did analyze it.
Sure. It didn't stand out to you that to say or to make a mental note, hey, that taillight's broken, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see any damage at all to the vehicle that you noticed, correct?
To the best of my knowledge.
And with regard to when Julie came out of the house, when you pulled up and parked, sort of perpendicular to the driveway, and that's an accurate way to portray it?
Correct.
You believe that it took Julie how long to come out of the house?
I would guess under a minute.
Under a minute?
Yes.
And then after that under a minute span of time, she then had to walk from the front door of the house, one of the front doors of the house, to your vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And by the way, did you notice that there were two front doors to the house at that time?
At the time, no.
Do you recall if she came out the door that was more in the middle of the house or more over toward the driveway? Do you have a memory of that?
I don't. I would be guessing if I did.
And because the snow had started to stick a little bit, she wasn't running to the vehicle, correct?
I would assume not.
All right, so it took her some time to get out of the house and get to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And then there was a conversation about whether she was going to come with you or not, correct?
Correct.
That occurred through one of the passenger windows being open?
Correct.
And who was involved in that conversation?
I can't remember exactly, but I would assume maybe me and Ryan.
And there was a back and forth about whether she was going to come or you were going to stay and go inside, correct?
A back and forth. It was more just, did you guys want to come in? No, not really a back and forth.
Okay.
No.
Took a few minutes for her to decide, well, I'm just going to go back inside the house?
If that, a minute or two.
Okay. And from the moment that you parked the vehicle outside that residence, your initial attention, it's fair to say, would have been on the front of the residence to see when Julie was going to come out, correct?
I don't believe I was looking.
Okay. Where were you looking when you were waiting for her? Did you have a phone?
I don't remember exactly, but I had my phone. I could have looked at it.
Okay, you could have been like, as many people do when you're waiting for somebody, you just take out your phone and start scrolling on something.
Objection.
Do you know if you were doing that, sir?
I can't recall, but I wouldn't rule it out.
You had mentioned.
While the police come to arrest Lally, please
mentioned
everyone like
earlier
the
that
stream,
when,
follow our wonderful guest
when
on
I asked
Twitter
you about the
and
damage
YouTube
to
and
the
all the
rear
places.
of the vehicle, that your attention wasn't just focused on studying that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that from the moment that you pulled up to Julie coming out of the house, to Julie walking to the car, to the conversation between you and Ryan and Julie, you were not monitoring what was going on inside or outside that black SUV, correct?
Correct.
And during that span of time, again, while you showed up there waiting for Julie, she comes out eventually, she walks to the car, you talk to her, you were not paying attention to who, if anybody, was inside the black SUV at that time, correct?
Correct.
And you were not paying attention to whether anybody got out of the vehicle during that time, correct?
Correct.
And then ultimately, you were going home. The night was over, correct?
Correct.
And in order to go home, your plan was to keep going up Fairview Road toward Chapman Street, correct?
Correct.
And in order to do that, that would have meant that you passed the black SUV that had been in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, as you're passing the black SUV, do you recall whether or not there was an interior light on within the cab of that SUV?
I do not.
Were you curious at all who was inside that SUV, given that it pulled up to the same house that you pulled up to?
Not at all.
You were concentrated more on the road.
Correct.
And as far as you were concerned, your night was over, time to go home, correct?
Correct.
All right. But it's fair to say that at no point in time, from the first time you saw that SUV until you're leaving it, did you see anybody in the front passenger seat of the SUV, correct?
I didn't look inside the SUV.
Right. So you didn't see anybody in the front passenger seat.
No, I didn't look.
You also didn't notice at any point anybody standing outside that SUV?
Not to my knowledge.
And you never saw anybody sitting in the snow or in the street or on the lawn outside the SUV?
Not to my knowledge,
And
no.
you never saw anybody lying outside that SUV. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
I'll have a moment.
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Anything, Mr.
Thank you.
Lally?
Just briefly, sir. So
Bob, you look different.
from the time that you were in front of the house until you left, you never saw anyone go in or out of that house or in and out of that vehicle, the black SUV in front of you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And while you were not monitoring the activity around the SUV, you never saw anyone around the SUV, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say that if a 6-foot man had walked from the SUV to the house, is that something that you think you would have seen?
Sustain.
Nothing further on.
You are all set.
Good objection there.
Thank you, guys.
Did
Yeah,
Bob
they
forget
missed
he has a
the
long
first
crime appearance or something,
Your
Ellie?
next
Exactly.
He did, really?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth to call
I don't know that he
Miss
forgot.
Allison McCabe.
I don't know that he forgot, but that's what he has.
So he's in charge. Can you fast forward?
I can.
Oh, Allie taking charge. Good work. Look at that.
And do solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here, and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Allie McCabe, MCCABE.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Basically my whole life except first few months I lived in Stoughton.
And you work, you go to school
I'm a student.
in college, is that correct?
Yes.
And what year are you in college?
I just finished my sophomore year.
And when living in Canton, who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
My 2 parents and my 3 sisters.
So you're one of 4 girls, is that correct?
Correct.
And are you the oldest?
Yes.
And your parents, what are their names?
Matt and Jen.
If I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th, 2022. Do you recall those days?
Yes.
And do you recall what days of the week those were?
Friday and Saturday, I believe.
And so on that Friday evening, starting with there, well, let me ask you this first. At that time, you were a high school student, is that correct?
Correct.
And where did you go to high school?
Canton High School.
All 4 years?
Yes.
And did you play any sports when you were at Canton High School?
Yes.
What sports did you play?
Soccer, hockey, and lacrosse.
And so January, that would have been which sports season?
Hockey season.
Now, with respect to the hockey, as far as that evening of the 28th, how did your evening start out, or what, if anything, were you doing first that evening?
It started with a team dinner at my house. The hockey team came over. We had dinner. Then I went to my sister's basketball game at the Canton High School. Then I was hanging out with two of my friends. We were driving around. Then the night ended with me driving Colin Albert home.
And so let me start sort of back at the beginning before we go all the way through. So as far as the team dinner, is that something that was like a weekly thing?
Yeah, it was usually like the night before a game.
And sort of rotated between different players' houses?
Correct.
So where was it on that particular?
That night it was at my house.
And about what time did the team dinner get done, or what time did that wind down and you went to the basketball?
I'm not exactly sure. The basketball games typically start around 6:30, so I assume around then.
And who, if anyone, from your family was involved in the basketball?
My younger sister.
And was she JV, varsity? What was she playing on at that time?
Varsity.
And who, if anyone else from your family, was at the basketball?
My parents. I'm not sure about my sisters.
And did you go with your parents or separately, or how did you get?
I believe I drove and I arrived later than my parents.
And as far as at that time, did you have your own car?
Yes.
And what kind of car did you have?
A little Ford Fusion, blue.
And when you arrived there, you're a high school senior, correct?
Correct.
You sit with your parents during the game?
No.
There's sort of like a student section, is that correct?
Correct.
So you sat there with your friends?
Yes.
And when the game gets over, where was it that you went?
I believe I was just driving around with two of my friends. And then as we were driving, we came across a dog on the side of the street. We knew a snowstorm was coming. So we picked the dog up and then brought it to the police station and then drove the dog back to where
so
its
some
owner's
people in their
house.
family like dog.
And
Al,
so
you're muted.
as far as the friends that you were driving around with, what are their names?
Avery,
She's turning
Panadosi, and Danielle.
And
Seaman.
looking at the
Can you
jury.
do us a favor and spell those last names for our court
yes.
recorder, please?
Piantedosi.
And the second name.
S. Danielle. Seaman, Seaman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And those were friends of yours from school, from Canton High School as well?
Yes.
And had they been with you at the game previously?
Yes, I believe so.
So you, when you say drove around, whereabouts were you driving?
Through Canton, pretty aimlessly, just driving.
And at some point you come
Cruising the
upon a
gut?
dog, is that correct?
Correct.
And where was that?
On Elm Street.
And this was a dog obviously unfamiliar to you, is that correct?
Yes.
So what did you do with the dog?
The dog ran over to the car when we stopped and picked the dog up, and we didn't really know what to do with it, so we brought it to the police station.
Recall at all what kind of dog it was?
No, white.
Small dog.
It was small. It was white and brown. Not sure what type.
Seaman has to
So
be
while
top
you're at the
5
police
worst
station,
last
what
names to have in high
did you learn
school.
about that dog that you brought to the police station?
I went in the police station. The dog stayed in the car with one of my friends. And as I was walking in and telling the officer that I found a dog, he got a call from the owner, and she asked if she was like, "Oh, can you return my dog, please?"
And so you brought the dog back to the owner?
Yes.
You know about what time all of that was going on?
I'm not sure.
Now, you mentioned that you had picked up a person by the name of Colin Albert, is that right?
Correct.
And who was Colin Albert to you, or can you describe to the jury sort of your relationship with Colin?
I've known Colin since I've been born. Our families are very close. We went to high school together growing up, in the same friend group. So yeah, we're very close.
So he was in the same grade as you, is that right?
Correct.
So he was a senior at this time as well.
I was thinking the same thing.
And you have friends, mutual friends together.
Yes,
Now, the two of you are not actually sort of blood related, is that correct?
correct.
But you have sort of relatives in common, is that correct?
Yes.
And to that point, as far as when he reached out to you, let me ask you this. How is it that you came to come by and sort of pick him up on that?
He texted me and was asking for a ride, and then I responded, drove and got him, texted him when I arrived.
I mean, the defense should not have been challenging that if this is who picked.
I don't know what exactly to call it, but as far as you picking him up at certain places, like on weekend nights, was that out of the realm of normalcy, or was that something that happened?
If this is who picked up Colin, I just don't think that the defense should have been challenging him leaving or not. She's going to seem exceptionally credible, I assume, but I guess we'll have to see.
Seems credible to me so far.
I mean, she rescued a dog that she kidnapped, for God's sakes, attempted rescue.
I don't think she kidnapped that. She saved it. Allie. She saved it.
She thought she was saving, but I'm just kidding. But,
No, that's common. He knew I was driving that night, so it's pretty common. Our friends, we always just drive each other around and stuff.
And without getting too much into it, as far as high school was concerned, particularly when someone was drinking, would they call and ask for a ride?
Correct, yes.
Rather than driving their own car?
Yes.
And as far as you knew, was Colin drinking at least at some point during that?
Yes.
Is that why he needed a ride?
Yes.
And with respect to your parents, did you, around this time that you're driving around and you're going to pick up Colin, did you have any idea where your parents were or what they were doing?
I knew they were going out after the basketball game, but no, I didn't know. I have their Life 360. They have mine, so I wasn't sure though.
And as far as the Life 360 goes, is that something that that you sort of keep track of them, or they keep track of you?
It's more them keeping track of me.
Now, do you know approximately what time it was that you first get sort of a Colin reaches out via text to pick him up?
I believe it was around midnight. I'm not exactly sure exact, but around midnight.
And did you know where he was when he asked you to pick him up?
Yes, the Albert's house, 34 Fairview.
And is that a house that you're familiar with?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship do you have to the people that live at the Albert's house?
My aunt and uncle and my cousins.
So Brian Albert is your uncle, correct?
Correct.
Paul Albert is your aunt?
Correct.
How is she your aunt? The father's side, the mother's side?
My mother's sister.
And Colin Albert, obviously last name Albert, he's related to people at Fairview as well?
Correct.
That's sort of on the other side of the family?
Correct.
And do you know what, as far as your conversation with Colin, do you know why he was over at that house that night?
It was little Brian's birthday.
And so he had gone over for that purpose and you went by to pick him up?
Yes.
And do you recall where you were or sort of who you were with when you first get that text or communication from Colin to pick him up?
Yes, I was at another friend's house. After I drove Avery and Danielle home, I went somewhere else.
So you drove with the two friends that you were with earlier home and then you went somewhere else?
Yes, I believe, yes.
At that point, did you get a text from Colin?
Yes.
Now, do you recall whether or not the information that you had as to where Colin was that night, is that something that came via text as well, or was that a phone call or some other type of communication?
I knew he was there. Could have been a phone call. I'm not sure.
So were there a variety of different ways that you would have communicated with Colin around that time?
Yes, there's other apps as well. Yes.
I'm sorry, you said through apps as well?
Yes.
What kind of apps were there?
For example, like Snapchat.
So you had each other's sort of Snapchat information, phone number information, call, text, snap, could have been any of those?
Yes.
Now, when you get that communication from him to come pick him up, about how long a period of time was it from the time that you get the text from Colin to the time that you arrive in the area?
I'm not sure.
And you're familiar with that home at 34 Fairview, right?
Correct.
Place you've been to countless times before. You're related to the people that own it.
Correct.
And do you recall from where you were coming from as far as how did you come to Fairview? Would that have been on the Chapman side or the Cedar Crest side, or how did you come?
I don't remember.
And when you get to the home, you obviously park at some point, correct?
Correct.
And where in relation to the house?
I believe in the driveway on the left side. Not entirely sure. I just believe that.
And when you arrive, what, if any, communication did you send to Colin?
I texted him saying here.
And after you texted that to Colin, he comes out of the house, is that correct?
Correct.
And when he comes out of the house, about how long a period of time was it from the time that you texted him here to the time that he comes out to the car?
I'm not sure. A few minutes.
And in the area around the time that you arrive on Fairview Road, what, if anything, do you recall in regard to weather, or what was it doing at that?
I believe it was starting to snow. Nothing crazy.
As far as accumulation, what, if anything, did you observe at that time?
Lights on in the house. That's it.
As far as the snow was concerned, was it starting to sort of stick to the ground?
I don't remember.
So you text Colin shortly thereafter he comes out, is that right?
Correct.
You recall, you're familiar, obviously, as I've asked you a couple times now, with the house. There are two doors in the front of the house, is that right?
Yes.
And do you know which of the two doors Colin came out of?
No, I'm not sure.
And when he came down, he came over to the car, correct?
Yes.
You're in the driveway?
Yes.
He gets into what part of the car? Front passenger seat?
Yes, I believe.
And from the time that you, so when you leave from there, where is it that you went?
His house and then my house.
You dropped him off at his house and then you went home?
Correct.
Okay,
Now-
Mr. Lally, we're actually going to break here. We have to break a little bit early, but we'll be back at 2. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to sit in your seat, let the jurors go out first, and then Mr. McCabes, you can follow them.
Thank you.
All rise.
So once again, we are putting so much more effort on establishing when and where Colin Albert was anywhere than whether Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car.
Right.
Right. Oh, we don't need me there.
Okay. I don't know how to do it.
I got you. I got you. I mean, she sounds credible to me. People come at me. That's fine. She sounds credible to me.
And I said the same. I mean, for now, she does. I mean, I guess we'll see what happens on cross, but you know.
The question I'm going to have is, where are these text messages? Do you have them? Did you preserve them? Can you show them to us? That's to me the obvious line that the defense is going to go on cross if they don't have those. So.
Did you give them to your mom instead of the investigating officer? Who was the first person you gave those messages to?
Did you go Hillary Clinton on your telephone?
I mean, interesting. Go ahead, Ellie. Sorry.
I was just going to ask, did we do any of these this morning? Because you got this.
Yeah, I mean, I thanked him.
You are. Okay.
Yeah, I think we did.
Guys,
Interesting.
if you don't mind, I am going to pop out for a minute while we're at lunch. I'm going to check on my dogs and my chickens and my trees.
Of course, everyone, please follow.
Send you the link for the afternoon, Andrea.
Oh yeah, I'll be back for sure.
All right, great. That's exciting.
I was just going to say, interesting thing that she mentions the Life 360. You would think they'd have some detailed records from that. I don't know. You would think they'd have something from that.
They could. It just
prove
doesn't.
Location, right?
They might not have, ever sought it. I don't. Who knows? But it seems as though the defense's plan is to impeach her because they've been making such a huge deal about this. And I've been saying, well, I'm sure we know who picked him up. I mean, this is not going to be like a shock. Who picked him up? What time did they pick him up?
And I mean, her story just makes sense. I mean, they probably didn't want to admit the fact that he's underage and drinking, but he's drinking. She's an older cousin who was just driving around in high school, which we've all probably done. and was like, "Hey, I'll pick you up. You're at the house. I know you guys have. I'll bring you home." It makes sense to me. I don't know what the full theory is of the defense as
Right.
far as but I'm pretty sure they keep talking about where was Colin Albert? When did Kyle, like you said, they keep bringing that up. Like we're supposed to believe that he's the guy that just beat the shit out of John
There-
O'Keefe. I guess.
I think what they're saying is like there was this that whole lawn thing, and that there was tension between O'Keefe and Colin, and that somehow that prompted an issue, an altercation, an argument that led to whatever is where it seems they're going. I just don't know that they needed to do that, especially when there's going to be someone who says I picked him up, and this is when I picked him up. But turning back to all the witnesses that we saw today about what time Ryan Nagel got there, and was the door open, was the door closed? If I'm a juror, I'm clearly seeing that everyone remembered it differently. I'm going to take what seems A, most reasonable, and B, the person who was responsible for the form of communication, meaning Ryan, whether he rolled down the window or opened the door. And Ryan's response makes the absolute most sense because it's snowing. And at that point, they believe she's getting into the car. He is going to open that door. So,
yeah, I see some people are very much into that. This, we see some people coming in. We don't. I mean, it is direct, and we still have cross, but I guess we'll see what evidence the defense has to say that she didn't pick him up. Like, are they going to say that she didn't, or are they going to say that the timing was different? I don't know. I guess we will see.
right. I mean, yeah, it's suspicious that no one saw him walk in the house, but also none of those people saw him get out of the car, and we know that he did because he wasn't in the car anymore.
Right.
And like if he had just gotten out, you're clearly gonna, the chances that someone's gonna see this 6-foot man, like he said, you would have seen a 6-foot man walking around. He's not in the car. He's not so close as to you see him standing next to the door. So, somebody missed something along the way.
Right. We have almost 3,000 people between all. I think we've been over 1,000 on Twitter. Bob has 1,100, almost 1,000 on YouTube. So we thank you all so much for being here. We'll be back.
Yeah, but I'm about to check to see how many people have given
check the likes. Yeah, check it, Allie. Check them.
The
Check these
thumbs up.
people.
Count
Have you
these
guys hit the like? We get this in the algorithm. That's how we get more people here. And we appreciate you being here. If you're on Twitter, make sure to stop in, say hi.
659. So on
It's
your
not
way
bad.
out, just minimize the chat and hit the thumbs up button or the like channel.
The like channel. Hit that like channel.
I
And
shouldn't
we'll
have
be back.
reminded you.
I'm never forgetting now. So we'll be back in about 50 minutes, 2 Eastern. Andrew will be back. Please make sure, like I said, that you give her a sub if you're not already. She's got great analysis and insight.
Yeah, I mean, if this hasn't been enough to let you know you want to, subscribe to her channel, then I don't know what's wrong with you.
Exactly. So we'll be back, folks. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everybody. I just hit end.